Recording in progress.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting to order. Introductions, so Lily.
Oh my God, I feel like we should start with Alan. It's too much pressure to go first.
I know you can handle it.
Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry rep from Livingston, Montana. It's, I'm still recovering from fair last week. We had our Park County Fair last week and another record-breaking sale, which was awesome. And we got rain just about every single day, so it's pretty good down there, so.
So it looked like
What's that?
rain. What's that
I
look
know,
like?
I know. Yeah, even some hail. It was pretty, we got some wild weather, so.
William Kleinsasser, swine representative, Augusta, Montana. Pork prices are holding steady for now, but futures are don't look too promising. We just keep going, I guess, and hay and first cutting is wrapped up and we're harvesting, just in full steam right now, and it's not what it was last year, but it's still average, so can't complain, so.
Jake Pettis, cattle representative for Manhattan. Cattle prices are holding steady. That everything's good in that area. You know, what hay ground we have that's irrigated has been really good so far. The dry land, not so good, but it is what it is. We're all dealing with the weather situation. Some places are getting rain, other places aren't. I think all in all, as far as the cattle industry goes, there's a lot of optimism out there yet, and everybody feels like we probably have a couple more good years yet, so we'll see what happens.
Greg Witchman, sheep representative from Hildred, just north of Lewistown. Lamb markets are a little soft, wool is almost non-existent on the coarser stuff. Hay in our country was probably half to 2/3 of what we would consider normal, and half to a quarter of what we got last year. Had a phenomenal year, but enough carryover, everybody's gonna be fine. Grasshoppers are kind of starting to make themselves known, but we all live through it and it'll start raining eventually.
Alan Richard, cattle rep, Livingston. We had a phenomenal spring and really amazing hay crop. Got that all off in record time. Cattle on the mountain, you wouldn't even, if the cattle laying down, you can't find them. That's how tall the grass is. The native grass is totally amazing also. It's just, it's how spotty things are, but it's still nice and green up in there, so. And the one rainstorm, the neighbor got an inch and I got nothing. I was on that beach patch, got nothing. I was going, half mile away. So it's kind of worried about the lightning strikes now. It's not too bad.
Jake Curry, cattle rep from Blair, and we've been dry all year. The spring crop looked really good, but I'm just not very confident in what the yield will be. The hay crop, we have wild hay. That this was a subriegated wild hay field, that this is the poorest in 35 years that we've ever seen on that. 2 years ago, we had a floater truck stuck where it took 2 big 4-wheel drive tractors and an excavator to get it out. This year, the swather broke down in the middle of the field and they were able to pull in with a truck and lowboy and load the swather and drive out, kicking up dust. So that's how much of a change we've had on that, but the cattle, I think we've got good grass everywhere the cattle are, so we've got them scattered all over the state, but I think we're in good shape for that. And we just finished our fair. We got a granddaughter in Hagen, and she got, I think, 23 or 24 bucks a pound, $680,000 for 142 animals. And not very many, I mean, they were down on the beef, but it was a record. I think last year was like about 580,000 or something. Less animals and more money.
Mhm.
Is it phenomenal? So, with that, we have some guests in here in the room, so you wanna You just introduce yourself and,
Good morning, Ellie Brighton, Montana Stock Growers. I think I missed the last Board of Livestock meeting because it butted up to our mid-year, but, yeah, I don't think much has changed with us, so.
okay,
Hi, my name is Callie Wicks. I'm with Treasure State Strategies, and I'm here today representing the Montana Milk Producers Association. Just started with them last week, so newbie. I'm originally from a family farm south of Chester, Montana, but I've been here in Helena for about 16 years.
Hi, I am Kate Kilzer. I'm a veterinary medical officer and emergency coordinator for USDA APHIS here in Helena, and I'm just here introducing myself. I'm a Montana native from north of Billings, but been in this role since January. So this is the first meeting I've been able to make.
so which north of Billings? Where?
Literally just Billings is my address,
Oh,
but
okay.
Huntley, Warden area,
Okay, yeah.
Shepherd.
Yeah, our legal counsel.
Yes, I am Lindsay Simon. I'm a department and board counsel.
Because anybody on Zoom, I'm sure can see the owl kind of keep circulating. So, all right, with that, we are gonna break and go into an executive session. It'll just be the board. So, when we come out, we will invite you all back.
If you'll just give me a minute to get everybody online
Yeah.
into, the waiting room, and then I'll be out the door.
Okay? Okay, I'm gonna call. Fine. I'm gonna call this meeting back to order, and there is no action to be taken as a result of the executive session, so we are gonna move right on to our next item, which is board administrative items. Approval of the minutes of the last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes for the May 28th meeting.
I second that.
All right, is there any discussion? Hearing all in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, old business. So,
Yep, and here's where you're gonna start making up some time. So, we finished our last 6 month, if you remember, and did a pretty good job meeting all the metrics we were tagging. We did not have a meeting for July. I probably will have another ops review that I'll have to go over and do with the governor's office in mid-August. So the bar is open for any ideas you have within those areas of things that we need to be focused on for the December timeline. So if you can think about that and say if there's any sort of things in the animal disease area or in the value added, so meat processing, milk, if there are some things that you as board members feel, hey, these are some things I haven't seen you focus on yet, and maybe in the next 6 months, this would be something you should tackle, and here's what success looks like. If you can give us any ideas on that, we would love it. We'll come up with some, but we'd love to get some from all of you. So we talked about that at the last meeting, and that door is still open because I haven't put any of that together and won't until probably mid-August when it's time to have that meeting again. Or we start having those meetings.
So, is there any?
Which I now realize mid-August is 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
Right?
That's how time works. Seems a long way away, but it's.
Is there any comments on that? Anybody have any ideas or anything that they'd like to see on our will do, must do list?
Not off the top of my head. I'll try to come up with some.
Love it.
All right,
Buffalo out of the Paradise Valley.
yeah,
The 6,000.
Item number 1.
Yeah,
yeah,
we will support the governor in his efforts to keep the parking alive.
yeah.
Along that note, the park superintendent called me on the carpet that I was passing rumors around at a public meeting, and I was I've got another guy that's gonna get a real earful about that one. 'Cause I never said a word to anybody. So. In a public meeting, not really.
Rumors.
That I was passing rumors about,
So basically, accusing you of lying and.
well, and so he said it in public and I'm gonna. There's another guy that's gonna get burned on that one. Believe me.
Okay. It's time to roll back.
That's it about OGSM. We can move forward.
Wow, we did make up some time.
In about 4
Let's
minutes.
keep that up.
That's good.
Be out here at noon if we keep on this.
Yeah.
I need to say.
Mr. Spats, are you listening?
You should be come running.
There he comes.
Is he running?
Yes.
No.
Oh,
That was fast. I
Yeah.
wasn't expecting that.
Hardly moving. not running. It says right here, I have made her at 1 hour earlier or later. So you should have been in the meeting.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody.
Yeah.
For the record, I'm Michael Spatz. I'm the Human Resource Officer, excuse me, with the Department of Livestock. Giving an update on some HR stuff, mostly recruitment and happenings with staffing. That's happened in the last, I guess it's been a while since we've seen the board last, but
Well, May 28th.
Yeah, yeah.
On your slide here.
oh, yeah. Whoops. Well, I'm sorry. The rest of it's perfect, I promise. So since the last board meeting, or I guess currently, we're looking at 7 open positions that we're actively recruiting for that are out there. I'll say a lot of those positions, interviews have happened on those. I would imagine the next few weeks we'll have those filled, so those will drop off the website. So those are moving along. We do have an accepted verbal offer for a staff veterinarian to help Dr. Schmansky out and the animal health team. So that's exciting news. That's gonna be happening. Real quick, so working on details of a formal offer to go out, another one this week. We've had some movement, some back and forth movement, but we've hired 5 new individuals, both in the brands and animal health divisions there. And we've had 6 vacated positions. So we're, like I said, a little back and forth filling some, but we've had some people, some retirement and some separations since then.
that position in the animal health, that is not the position we switched from the assistant state vet, right?
Correct.
Correct.
This is the other one that was vacated.
This is
Okay.
the emergency preparedness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
be
the
back
other
to
one
full
is
staff.
not.
The other one is sitting right here.
Oh.
Mr. Fettis, I'm getting to that. It's on the next page. We're gonna introduce Dr. Yilbo.
You're just. I'm wanting to make up
You're
time.
excited as I am. That's good. Yeah.
Hello, Ginger.
Is that appropriate?
I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm excited.
Just some other exciting news before I jump to the next slide. In our world, we've had some, since the last board meeting, we've actually had some engagement and some positive feedback in the department's interactions with people with disabilities that have applying for jobs and how we go through that process with them. So that was something to be proud of for the department. Into staffing highlights. Some new hires, some really good new people joining us in the brands division. In the Great Falls market, we've hired Katie Finney. She's joined the team up there as a market inspector. We've hired in Billings 2 people. Lucas Decker started with us June 17th, and a Devin Hughes has been welcomed to the department with Kevin Ramsey up there in Billings. They're still recruiting for another a 3rd market inspector position in Billings. They're working through that. We should see that filled in the near future. I think some interviews are going to happen for that real quick. And then Brands does have a need to recruit for a District 9 investigator. That was one of the employees that left us this last month.
So.
Yeah.
I should remember where all the districts are, but I don't, so which is District 9?
That's in the Dillon area.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mr. Bonner for correction on that, so yes.
And that's a combo investigator market position because
Right.
they handle it.
Yep, that level of work up there.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that our employee left us to go to vet school, so maybe in about 3 years, we'll get them back.
Yeah, yeah. That talk happened when they left, so
Yeah.
come back and see us. Animal Health Division, the department would like to welcome Dr. Heidi Hillball to the team, has joined us as our veterinarian supervisor. I'm assuming that Heidi's here, she'll introduce herself more later to the board, so perfect. In the lab, Mary Horner Richardson joined the team as a clinical microbiology technologist. And the lab is filling their final open microbiologist position that they had when last board meeting, we talked about having a backfill. We'll have to talk about that here a little bit in the request to hire, because it sounds like there might be some other internal movement that might happen, so we might need to request some more backfill stuff happening with that. The bullet on there says all veterinarian positions should be filled in the near future. So we talked about that already with our verbal offer that's been accepted from Rep.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, yep, and it's really excited about this person coming on, so. The next slide on the agenda, so we do have some requests to hire coming up. So within the Brands Division, as we discussed, we have our District 9 investigator, that's the Beaverhead, Madison County, Dillon area. But that's the employee that left to go to veterinary school. And that would be the market supervisor, district investigator for that area. And then we also would like to hire a part-time market inspector in the Chinook area. Due to the work demands in that area, it would be helpful to have a part-time position up there. It's currently covered by a short-term worker seasonal person, but the demand up there is showing that a permanent part-time person would be beneficial in that area. And that position is, it's a vacant position that we had in Missoula. That is, it's vacant now because of the closure of the Missoula market. So we do have that position. It's not a new position.
So I assume, Jay, maybe you will speak a little bit more to that. So I'm just wondering, this short-term position, you have someone in that, do they have to apply then for the?
Correct, yep, the process is that it'll be an open recruitment. We have some, our short-term worker is interested, they're well qualified for the job. So, but they will, they'll be sure to apply for that when that's open. And then the other piece, I guess, Mr. Chair, do you want me to go through all the requests in one bulk? Is that fine with the board? Okay.
I agree.
And before I jump into the animal health request, I did get a request from the lab. And before I proceed with that, I guess, do I need approval from the board to make a request if it's not on the documentation up there? If it's not in the
It just
material?
popped up yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we didn't have it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Can I throw that on there as well? Okay. Okay, so on the animal health side, we do need a meat inspector for Superior Plains. That's gonna replace an inspector that has recently left the department. We need a Eastern Relief meat inspector. That position was recently vacated by an employee that moved out of state. We talked about that one last month. That person fell in love and moved out of state, so happiness prevails. Yeah. And we also would like to hire a meat inspector in Shelby. This position was open due to a retirement that happened within the last month. It was covering the Antelope area, but we now have a meat inspector that's closer to that area, so it makes sense that inspector is gonna take that. So they like to move this position into the Shelby area, and is also gonna provide coverage for Chinook and Great Falls and help those people out that are overworked with custom markets and those types of
The
things.
distance from Antelope to Chinook,
Yeah.
about 300 miles.
Yeah.
Long ways, yeah. And then that's not on the list, the lab, there is potential that one of the currently open microbiologist positions that was open due to a backfill, people moving laterally. There are other internal applicants that might move into that position, have a good chance of being hired into that, which would open another backfill. So it's a backfill of a backfill, but it's a different position. This is actually, one of the applicants actually is in a position that's a lab technician, they call it. So it'd actually be a promotion for them to go into a microbiologist position if they were offered that job. So the position they're requesting to hire would be the backfill of that position, which is a lab technician and a front office position for the lab.
Okay. Jay,
Can I make a motion that we approve all of these requests? And that we approve the lab to backfill any backfills that come up. So they don't have to keep coming to us to request to fill a backfill.
okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Jake, second by William. Is there discussion? Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. So
Great.
now we have
And then-
this, big blank page.
Yeah, just, I guess
Here I am, take a shot.
yeah.
do we seem to be getting sufficient applicants in all our jobs, or we still struggle some?
You know, we've had a good run. Right now is a good, time for recruitment in general. Just people are looking. We hit our window. But truly, I think the quality of applicants has been really impressive. You know, we're not seeing huge numbers, but enough to be picky so we can get those good people that are good fit and actually want to come work for Livestock. So,
I think we're seeing a change in the job market in general. Cause I know in our businesses and then talking to other business owners, when you put out a or saying you're hiring, we're getting a lot more applicants in than we were 6 months ago. And I think that's pretty standard in the private sector too. I think some of the government money is drying up and people are going back to work. So we're
Yeah.
seeing more applicants every time we put out a job.
that's great.
Yeah.
That's great for us and
Yeah.
great
Yeah.
for business owners. So
That's good for everybody.
that's good.
I would
Yeah.
always say we still will always see, where we do seem to have trouble is the highly specialized jobs, right?
Yeah.
That we're looking for somebody that there's not a lot of out there to begin with, and we're competing with lots of other people. That's why the veterinarian jobs took so long. That's why the lab sometimes struggles if it's someone that has to have a specific certification, but to just add color to what Jake said, you know, having attended cabinet meetings and listening to reports from Department of Labor, they are actually seeing, because they've been monitoring people coming off unemployment rolls. And so not only are the unemployment rolls shrinking, but they're beginning to see people who left the workforce 2 or 3 years ago. It seems like some of those people are coming back now
Right.
for one reason or another.
Yes.
It's strange that it took 3 years for that to happen. COVID and all the things happened, but they say we're getting new people back into the workforce that just left 2 or 3 years ago and hadn't been working anyway,
Mhm.
which is, I think, a good sign.
Yeah.
But it's a good sign for hiring, but it might be a bad sign for the economy, because that's why they're needing to go back to find jobs.
Yeah.
Correct. We'll take
a
them.
bunch of
Yeah.
social security people go back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine that, have to work for a living, I don't know, right?
Getting paid to be doing work.
No.
Yeah, just some other kind of, since we're in the public setting, just some other general updates. So the page isn't just blank, but the work that the agency's doing with safety and trying to build safety culture is happening a lot with in the big contribution to the Val Dunlap that's been putting on quarterly safety meetings, bringing those back, and how important that is with the staff and the jobs that they do working around cattle in those markets and the meat jobs and things like that. So you'll see some, our safety meetings are happening. We're gonna start including a lot of safety culture messaging in our job descriptions and our postings, just to let people know and start onboarding appropriately with that safety messaging up front.
So is there a required safety training associated with any of these jobs, like say a brand inspector? I pulled up the website the other day I think that was where it was. And it was showed a video of a brand inspector showing how to cut off an animal and it was an old archive thing, but showing that, it was one of our old brand inspectors showing how training, how you cut an animal off, and then he had the rope, he was gonna rope that animal that needed to be clipped. So is that a?
So on the HR side of that, there is required onboarding that employees have to receive safety messaging regarding just, workers' comp issues and working with their manager to go through in the office where, the safety points are and fire extinguishers, and the markets are gonna be different. But as far as the actual training that happens in the field, such as a market, I'm not quite sure what that looks like. Jay can talk about that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bodner, Brands Division Administrator. So we have really two different facets. So for our district investigators, we have a field training officer program, FTO program, where we have a certified department employee that does training for any of our new district investigators. We actually will have two of those. So incorporated in that training is part of the safety message. So not only for like truck stops, just day-to-day like activities, how they conduct themselves. A lot of that is reinforced in the Law Enforcement Academy also for our district investigators. For the markets, we do have our market supervisors, and in a few instances, we do have assistant supervisors in some of our bigger markets that also conduct that kind of safety training. So as you mentioned, we don't have any videos out there necessarily that we're utilizing, but it's on the job training, roping, clipping, those kind of things. Those are probably the two facets where we would run into the most risk of any type of injury. But as you look at really the markets and our safety record for as potentially dangerous as that job is, we have very low injury incidents that occur. So our folks do a very good job. They take it very seriously when it comes to those kind of situations.
Yeah, our largest workers' compensation issues have actually been office, so the
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Not having your workstation ergonomically correct, and that leads to other issues. And so that's the majority of our claims that we deal with.
The most costly of the claims.
And the most costly
Yes,
since I've been.
yes. Yeah, and the other thing we kind of look for that helps us is that our requirements for those jobs are, they have to be skilled already with roping, clipping, and handling of cattle and those things. That helps that we don't have to actually provide, they know enough that they can go in there and do that safely. We give them guidance on how that works in the market, but they already know how to do those things. So we're pretty lucky with that as well.
So, go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I was just gonna one other thing. So even in our, as we interview candidates, we do a yard test. So that's pretty highly supervised also. So we're watching those individuals, those candidates as they are, in those environments with cattle, and in making sure, once again, we're putting animals in there that are low risk. So no candidates are getting, in a bad situation, but we're also monitoring that very closely to make sure that, no bad situations occur, and which none have.
So I would assume then that, and assume is not a good word. Some of us use it way too much. But like in animal health, Dr. Szymanski, there's dangerous situations for your employees out in the field, collecting samples, whatever. So I assume that there's some training protocol that you have, or.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tanya Szymanski, Animal Health and Food Safety. Not necessarily maybe a formal training, something like Jay described, but typically we will send folks out kind of in pairs until we're confident that they can go out and do that work on site without any concerns about safety. Very often, it is pretty rare for us to send a single individual out to a farm to do any sort of farm work, because inevitably, if it's something like brucellosis testing or TB testing, we also have to capture official identification on those animals. And so usually it's at least two people. If we're hauling our own equipment out, like the hydraulic chute, a lot of times it'll be three, because then we'll take somebody that will actually run the chute. And so We always benefit very much from the expertise of brands because that's a lot of the time who rounds out our crews. And so we do try to have safety meetings at the start of our session during the day to remind everybody, like, make sure that you're looking out in your environment, be spatially aware, and make sure that you're looking out for everybody else around you as well. So we do try to address that.
And I assume in the lab, a similar scenario, I mean, when you're talking about some of the agents that they're working with.
And the lab goes above and beyond with this, the, you know, the microbiology and the things that they're working with, they take extra steps to be careful there. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's, one of the things we, I wouldn't say we've gotten all the way to where I would want us to be.
Right.
But we've been working really hard over the last couple of years to try and institute some things that would fall under the category of culture of safety. So what Dr. Szymanski just talked about, that's, and we try to remind all of our, because that's the most important safety meeting you can have. And I hope all of you are having that in your operation, and that's the tailgate meeting, right? This is what we're gonna be doing today. These are the hazards. This is what we need to look out for. This is gonna be your job. This is gonna be your job, and so that everybody knows what's going on. Those were some things I kind of picked up working in private industry with grain elevators at one point in my life, because you go into a grain elevator at 6 a.m. in the morning, and it's a good company with good safety culture. The first thing that's happening is that meeting of, this is what's happening today. It's harvest. This is what's coming in. Hey, there's going to be lightning and thunderstorms later today. We got hot work going on in this bin over here, so everybody needs to be aware of that. And I mean, so those sort of daily contextual meetings is the most important thing you can do. And I would hope, I'm looking at Jay back there, but I'm hoping that, our market supervisors, especially during fall run and busy times, that they're sort of having those conversations at the beginning. This is what's going to happen. We're going to have 10,000 cattle coming in today, and here's what we've got to get done. And, here's who's going to be out checking in. Here's who's going to be back at the office. These are things we need to look out for. That, those daily meetings is really the bread and butter of keeping your employees safe.
Okay, yeah. Is there any other questions, comments, or do you have anything else that you?
That was it. Thank you for letting me bring that up. I'm glad that was talked about.
Well, I think it's highly important in all of our operations. We probably don't on the farms.
Yeah.
I mean, farm work is noted for the dangers and the injuries associated, and I know we've gone from having weekly safety meetings to pretty soon it's too busy that week, you don't have them, and
Yeah.
so, any other questions for Scott? All right, well, thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Don't do that. So, and I'm gonna, so then I wanna.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Lindsay Simon, counsel for the department and the board, here for the legal update.
So is there a point in here that you will ask for a closed session and to talk?
Yes.
Issues? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to begin by handling the agenda item, which is the proposed revocation for the custom exempt license. I believe it's appropriate to do that in open session. If you have further questions at the conclusion of that issue about maybe future steps in this case, I would say we could close session for potential litigation under Montana Code annotated 2-3-203 subsection 4, and then continue with the remainder of the legal updates, because all the legal updates I have for you relate to either pending or potential litigation.
Okay, so you wanna do the public portion first and then we'll.
I think that seems to be the most efficient way to handle it.
Very good. All right. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So the first item, I'm here on behalf of the Milk, Meat and Egg Inspection Bureau. We are requesting a final order by default to revoke a custom exempt meat processing license that was issued to Dustin Mallory, who does business as Belgrade Custom Meats. Just for a little background information for you. My opinion in looking at this is that because it is a license I believe he likely has a due process interest in this license that requires the proceedings to happen pursuant to the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. So I modeled this off of the way that licenses that are issued, that are administered by the Department of Labor and Industry, how they handle their disciplinary actions. So the way they do that is we first send a notice of proposed action to the licensee, setting forth the facts that we believe are relevant, the law that we believe are relevant, and the basis for the potential revocation. And in this particular case, there is a statute, it's 819201, subsection 2, that does say that when the department finds that an establishment is not conducting its business in accordance with the rules and orders of the board, the department shall revoke the license. So that's why we are asking for a revocation here. We believe that Dustin Mallory's license is not in compliance with both sanitary requirements for custom exempt meat processors and also record keeping. And so the legal basis of that is set forth in the notice that we sent. I will note for the board, I'm here before you prosecuting this license on behalf of the Milk, Meat, and Egg Inspection Bureau. If you feel that you need independent legal advice as the board to rule on this final default or final order by default, it puts me in a bit of a conflict of interest because I'm advocating for the revocation. I can give you my view as the prosecuting attorney on here, but if you feel for any reason that you need independent legal advice, I might suggest tabling this issue, and then you could acquire an attorney from, say, Agency Legal Services Bureau to advise you. But because this occurred by default, we put it out to notice Mr. Mallory. He didn't respond. He didn't contest anything. If he had done that, I would have asked for a hearing examiner from another agency to be appointed, and we could hash it all out in a hearing. And then we'd come back before you with the hearing examiner's proposed order. And in a situation like that, I think it would be fully appropriate for you to have independent legal counsel. But since we're dealing with a default position here, I'm gonna leave it up to you. If you feel like you have any questions that you feel like you can't proceed based on what we have presented to you today.
Okay, and in the future, if something changes, there's always that option for us to seek independent counsel if there's something comes up.
Yes,
as a
that,
result of-
there's always that option, and I would say my default position going forward is that if we do this again in the future and a licensee contests it and we go into a contested case hearing and we have a hearing examiner and all of that, I'm always going to recommend that you have your own independent counsel when you are reviewing a proposed hearing, a hearing examiner's proposed order. So you can have independent advice and consider all of the evidence that is presented. But in this case, it's all one-sided because they didn't contest it. So it was my feeling that I didn't need to automatically seek independent counsel for you. But if you guys have any questions and feel like you're not comfortable proceeding without advice from independent counsel, like I said, I would suggest it be tabled to the next board meeting.
Okay, is there anyone that feels that we need to table this? I guess we'd have them. I'd entertain a motion to table it from anyone that feels that would be appropriate. Otherwise, hearing none, we're gonna proceed then. So do you have anything else to present, or should we're gonna ask for a motion to approve this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So essentially, I guess I would just say that I have drafted a final order by default for your consideration. So that is what the Milk, Meat, and Egg Inspection Bureau is requested that the board approve and sign. And that final order will then become the final agency action on this. And if Mr. Mallory at any point wants to seek a petition for judicial review, it would all be based off of this final order. So if you feel like there's anything in there that needs modification or changing, that is up to you, but we are asking that you approve it as drafted so it can go out.
And I see we have Miss Love in here also, so I asked everybody's go to that little word, but you are comfortable with the action that our legal counsel is presenting?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alicia Love, the Meat Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Yes, Lindsay and I have worked very close on this path forward, and I support this decision that she's suggesting.
And I might just note, it is in the notice and in the proposed order of default. You know, the department has previously sent cease and desist orders to this processing company. I feel as counsel for the department that we're in a much better position to, you know, consider future action if we formally revoke the license. I believe that once it's revoked, it would put the department in a much better position of saying any future ongoing conduct that constitutes meat processing would be unlicensed practice at that point. I was uncomfortable proceeding in that way, just based off a cease and desist letter. I feel like a revocation of the license puts it in a much better position.
And that is exactly why we have you employed to counsel us on these items and issues. And so I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move we, serve the cease and desist, is that?
The revocation.
The revocation letter.
Okay, all right. I have a motion by Alan and a second by William. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of issuing or approving the issuance of a revocation of license 2147, you by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carried. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask before you leave today that we get you to sign the final order by default.
yes,
So
I
we can have
usually
it.
have you have a secretary that sits down or whatever her official position is, but she does not let me leave without signing whatever needs to be signed. So,
I will make sure she
I'm
has. it.
confident that if it's in her office, I won't get out the door without signing it. So I will make sure that I do it. So thank you.
Thank you. At this point, if you have any questions about any potential further steps, once this order is served. And as far as my other legal updates, I think it would be an appropriate time now to go into executive session. I don't have an issue. I was talking with the administrative assistant who takes our minutes. I think it's appropriate if she stays in for the litigation portion, since she is an employee of the department. If you want her to take the minutes for this portion of the executive session.
All right. All right, so ordered then, we'll go into executive session. So I guess,
Yeah.
yes.
Dr. Shemansky, and do you want Alicia to stay in as well?
I think it would certainly
Yeah.
be appropriate for, if you have questions on the item we just discussed for the animal health staff to, remain in for that discussion, yes.
Dang it, Greg.
He did when you hit the gavel, he was still in.
Yep.
Here goes William.
Oh, good.
We have a quorum, so, okay,
That'd be me on the next.
I was in hearing
All right.
distance, I was still in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the ongoing federal processes is kind of narrowed down, not that there's not things going on, but the sage grouse plan kind of got buttoned up. We're still waiting to see where the grazing, field grazing policy conversation goes, but nothing formal has come from that. So the only thing to really update on is in the Yellowstone bison world. So the EIS, the final record decision was issued in the Federal Register. As I told you in a previous report, it's nothing different than what we expected. They had alternative 2 as their preferred alternative. That's what they chose. That puts an upper limit on the population of bison at 6,000. It's pretty much all the tools are available given what the situation is for population control. So that's the shipping, what I call administrative harvest of bison. That's the term I use. However, that tool would be the least used tool, that they would want to use and only in extreme circumstances. The primary tool for population control would be, putting, bison into brucellosis quarantine and moving, brucellosis-free bison, to other locations, primarily tribes. And treaty tribal hunting, would also, continue to take place. But priority one for removal is quarantine and putting into the bison conservation transfer program, and hunting being the secondary tool, and the administrative harvest, which is a tool we've used a lot in past years, would be something they would try to avoid. You know, there's lots of other things that are involved in there, because as you know how many pages that document was, but now at least I think we have some idea of what we can expect moving forward from the Yellowstone side of how they intend to manage. So where does that put us in our thoughts? We had a population count of about 4,800 to 5,200 going into last season. We had very, very few removals because we did not get an out migration. What winter conditions didn't really allow for that. I don't think we can say we had winter conditions that would have caused any sort of winter kill for bison inside the park. And so I would expect we'll be looking at a population 5,200 to 5,700. So we'll be approaching that 6,000 level. We were there 2 seasons ago and we got conditions for an out migration. And while it was manageable, it was the busiest year we'd had since I've been here. So that's what I think might happen again, depending on what the weather conditions are 6-7 months from now.
So, but how solid is that 6,000 number, and what is the plan when we exceed that?
Well, when they go above 6,000, and Tani, she's dove into this a lot too. They do believe that they could be aggressive, that they would remove up to 25% of the population. That's sort of the max limit that they would want to do at one time. And so we would probably bring maybe some administrative harvest with consignment to tribes, those types of things back into the occasion.
But they still have to be out of the park in order.
But they still would have to be out of the park for that to happen. Yeah, or at the edge of the park where you could capture them.
Capture them at Stevens Creek.
Yeah.
And, so, yeah, that's, you know, the thing there is if you're sitting at a population of 6,000 bison and you get a mild winter and for whatever reason, you don't get much migration to the boundary, then you know the next year you'll have 6,400. And so what we hope is that's where at a number like that, that's where we could maybe see everyone be a little bit more aggressive. We'll continue to see how that plays out. So we were not surprised by that decision. I kind of always felt like, you know, you had an alternative that by some folks' opinion was really draconian and low. And you had an alternative 3 that was up at about 8,000 bison, which obviously we, thought that was really crazy. And so they picked in the middle, which is what we kind of expected. Obviously, the state is still expressing its displeasure with process and other things. We're continuing to fight that. And I think the state has to consider what it does next. But the truth is, once the bison walk into Montana, they do kind of become our problem. So, and we have all of our tools in our toolbox that we will use if we need to.
Okay. Any questions or comments on? Yep, Jay.
I guess just kind of my understanding, looking at, what you put out is it's not the number we want, but they left our tools alone.
Not really. No, because its numbers are higher than we would like, and the administrative harvest is sort of devalued. So the ability, because quarantine right now, I mean, you can say that's your priority, but you only have so much capacity to handle quarantine. So you can only remove so many bison through that. I think we've seen, and we got two people sitting at this table who live locally to the area. We know we've had a year where we've removed 1,000 or so by hunting. And that creates its own mess and creates its own cries from the community, right, about what's happening there. So that there's sort of a social limit to what's acceptable there.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I would say, yeah, we've still got two of our tools, but the administrative harvest is also a very good tool because you can capture bison if you don't have anywhere for them to go into quarantine because you're at capacity. If you sort of you don't have tribal hunters on the landscape, that's a acceptable way to do it. Now, I know that's been challenging for them because finding plants to get them to be slaughtered and those types of things. And in recent times, we had gotten to the point where CSKT was really the only tribal authority willing to work with us and take that meat on consignment from the park. But no, I'm a little disappointed that we lost that tool and had a higher number.
So we lost administrative harvest.
Well, we didn't lose it completely, but it's only in extreme circumstances versus being a regular part of the plan. We're gonna use all three of these methods whenever they make sense. And of course, I think I'd expressed one time before, that logically, the way tools were mentioned across the three options didn't make much sense to me because you would think that, at lower numbers, you'd prioritize quarantine because that's a very difficult, lengthy, expensive thing to get animals through. So, but they kind of linked on that lower option that, well, if we have low numbers, we'll just use all administrative harvest. So that was what kind of alternative one, administrative harvest was the number one. Right? It didn't seem to incentivize things the right way, but up at 8,000 bison conservation transfer would be your only tool or your definite primary tool, and you wouldn't use the others. That doesn't make sense because unless there are plans out there to build more quarantine facilities and significantly increase the capacity and throughput of quarantining bison and getting them to the status of brucellosis free. Now, there are conversations that are happening, so that kind of delves into the IBMP world, things we're aware of there. There are conversations about right now, the only place for those bison to go for the quality assurance testing is at Fort Peck. But there's talk of Wind River in Wyoming building a similar facility. And some support gathering around that in Wyoming. So, we'll see what happens there. It may be that there is another facility and we don't know if Wyoming will view it the same way we do. Wyoming might allow full quarantine to happen there. Where we were hesitant to ever allow Fort Peck's facility to be full quarantine because it's hundreds of miles away from where our reservoir of brucellosis is. We don't really want to ship known positive animals hundreds of miles away. Despite best efforts, that leads to potential. Now, they're being quarantined where the reservoir is. And so we'll see what comes of that, but that's a new sort of conversation about Wind River getting into the business of doing quarantine or quality assurance. Yeah, I don't know what level they would be engaged at. So quality assurance, just as always, trying to help with understanding that's, after the bison have been through the full quarantine at a point that they have the negative test, have everything behind them to say at that point they're brucellosis free. We still require another year and 2 more tests before we say, okay, now these can go anywhere you want them to go. And so that's what's done at Fort Peck, is that part of the process.
Mr. Chair, so if the population exceeds 7,000 and it don't come out of the park, what are we gonna do then?
Basically nothing. We're in the park, we have no authority. And of course, most of the park is in Wyoming anyway, so it wouldn't even be under Montana authority.
Watch it on the tabletop.
Oh,
Dr. Smatsky.
I was just gonna add to Mike's comments, in regards to the discussion about another facility in Wyoming. I suspect that when it initially comes online, at best, it will be an assurance facility. I think there's a lot of hurdles that they have to get over to allow it to be a quarantine facility. And I don't think that having that additional facility is going to expand our capacity. The rate limiting step as far as moving brucellosis free bison has been the facilities that are in the greater Yellowstone area for the, what we call phase 2 portion of that. The facility that is up at Fort Peck, we have yet to have all 5 of those pens filled at the same time with animals going through the assurance process. And they're actually in the process of building an additional pen. So they're expanding their capacity. So what our throughput is for animals through the quarantine process is pretty finite.
So having that as a primary tool, right, that's your concern is can without all the tools in the toolbox, can you get enough removals? And to William's point, that if you have bison and that population stretches up over the 6,000 because you don't get the opportunity to deal with them, a year will come when you will get the opportunity to deal with them. And that's when it becomes a little bit of a problem because you can be overwhelmed where, populations that we've been at in recent memory are manageable. I think we see that, right? We can handle that. But as those populations expand, it here in Montana, maintaining the integrity of that boundary where there's a no-go line for brucellosis positive bison becomes a much more difficult thing to do when you've got several thousand coming to that boundary at one time.
So is there any migration south? Ever?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there is some migration of bison to the south of Yellowstone National Park. They have a really tremendous reservoir a buffer in Wyoming because then they hit Grand Teton National Park and then they hit the
National elk herd.
Yeah. And so they don't have the same problem with them coming out onto non kind of federally controlled land.
It's a long ways.
It's a long way.
Yeah.
And there's hunting of them on the National Elk Refuge.
Yes.
My thought is, even the treaty right hunting has at least taken the spotlight off of this department when it comes to removal of bison. I know, maybe before you were here, this board got visits from Buffalo Commons and whoever quite often because of the lethal
Ship and
removal
slaughter, yeah.
that this department was involved in. And I think the acceptance from the public is much greater with the treaty right hunting than it is for this department to be doing.
Yeah, and I'll have a problem with, as I said before, an administrative officer, I'll have a problem with that not being a primary, but being devalued as to, it's something we want to phase out and never use again. That, that's.
We can't let that happen.
Is there a way for us, given the public perception of the treaty hunting versus administrative harvest, is there a way for us to promote more treaty hunts or more people there, work with them to do more cleanup? I don't know to work with them to make that a bigger portion of, or.
Well, I think it has become a bigger portion. It was always a little bit limited. So an accusation that's been leveled at IBMP meetings by those with a strong interest in tribal treaty hunting is that the work at Stevens Creek stopped animals before they could get out to be hunted. And so for a few years there, we really tested, all right, let's see what the hunt can do. And we had a year where the hunt, 2 years ago,
Yeah.
it was 11, 12, 13. I don't know, it may have been as high as
1,400.
1,400 that were taken to the tribal hunt. Now from a biologist perspective, the concern there is then there's no cap on that. So what if they remove too many? And that begins to hurt genetic viability and other things within the population. So I'm just saying that's a problem. That's a biologist concern. So yeah, I think we've seen that tool can be, now, in that year, because it does have to happen on, federal unclaimed land, which is down there Forest Service. You know, you have, and of course, people want to get their opportunity as soon as they can. So it's pretty that much that first strip of Forest Services they're gonna hit when they come off the park. And that's the area that gets hammered really hard. And as you're alluding to, that's where there's been some community concerns about, one, the danger of having so many hunters in that space and people shooting and people do live there. The fact that cleanup's not always great, and so does that leave attractants for particularly grizzly bears and other things on the landscape that draw them in around where these people live. But we did help. It's not our primary, but you know, at our dump trailer and some other things, the Forest Service took an effort to sort of clean up gut piles 2 years ago when it was a problem, and our employees did assist with that, and I think that's the right thing to do, to try and, you know, and that's part of it is because you want to keep those tools. You don't want it to become something that you lose the tool because it becomes such a negative thing within the community. It's
Okay.
bison.
Can I add one other just
Yes.
very small operational item? Our new employee on the west side, Zach Martin, secured a position at the academy this fall. So he will be starting his post-certification this fall. We thought we were gonna have to wait a full year for him to be able to go, and a spot opened up, so we're able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and able to get him in at a time that doesn't really conflict with the busiest time for monitoring. The next two items are fairly quick items. Legislative interim activities update. There's not been much, just to report that August 29th is when we're scheduled to go in front of the Economic Affairs Interim Committee with our 3 legislative proposals. We sent 4 concepts over. The governor's office did ask us to combine 2 of those into one piece of legislation, so now it's 3 bills, that all 4 concepts are still there. They must not be planning to take a whole lot of time with it because they have given me 10 minutes to present those 3 concepts to the committee. And so, I will stay within their time frame, and so we'll get that done. But that's gonna happen on August 29th. And all we're asking there for is just their approval for pre-introduction. So it gives us a sort of a guaranteed slot in the process of getting the legislation drafted, getting a bill drafter assigned to it. We'll still have to go through the work of finding sponsors and doing those things to actually carry the legislation. But it at least gets us in there. We're not first in line. We're somewhere behind the holdover senators, but we're before the folks who just get elected in November. But if you didn't have that, if you're on the very back end, you might get your bill drafted by the time session was over. Somebody might have time to do it. So that's what we're trying to get accomplished there. They're not approving or saying yes, that they like our concepts. They're just, you know, granting that pre-approval or pre-introduction, process. Budgeting, and Brian might have an update in the last 24 hours, but it's still, of course, sort of crickets. As we do, we submitted our budget proposals over to OBPP, and now we're just playing the waiting game of when they come back to us to tell us what they think about what we propose to them. And any edits or changes or any things they want us to not do. That's kind of what we're waiting for. And I don't know when they'll get to us, but we do know there are some deadlines that will loom. I mean, one is that the governor has to present a budget to the legislature by November 15th.
September 1st, we have to have it all in.
September 1st, it has to be all in the system, yeah. So everything, so we know I guess with that information, we expect in the next month, hopefully, a call for a meeting with OBPP, and even if they don't call for a meeting, just a letter, a narrative that says, here's what we think about your budget proposals. So, and then we negotiate from there. So it's amazing. We negotiate with ourselves, and then we have to go to the legislature and negotiate with them. And so hopefully something's left by the time we get done. But that's the next step on budgeting, headed into the 2025 session. And that brings us to the end of those executive officer items.
Brian, you have any other comments on the budget?
No, sir. We have, the month of August, we'll get, you know, what the fixed costs, what the, present law adjustments are gonna be, so we'll have a better idea as we put those into our budgets. But we haven't even got that information yet, that's still on time, but, August is our month to learn things.
But I guess, one of you commented that the governor's indicated that the budgeting process might be a little tighter this session than in the past.
He did mention that at a recent cabinet meeting, just said, they said, you know, just be prepared, you may not get everything you ask for, or if you want it and you're asking for general fund, you might be told you gotta come up with a different fund source for it. So, but most of our stuff, very little of our stuff's general fund request, except for meat inspection and those things. And we hope that those types of things, there's still some, and the milk piece, that there's still some desire. Sorry about that, but we hope that there's still desire and emphasis on value added processing those things. And so therefore, those things are very much tied to the mission of what state government has been trying to accomplish over the last few years. So we hope we still have support for that. But that's what we were told is that, you know, I think they're gonna try to trim some things, but at the other side of that, Brian mentioned the present law adjustments. I would not be shocked to see those things go up because of inflation and other things. So two ways that we could be seeing the squeeze from both directions. That we're getting increased costs because of inflation, but hey, we need to be doing a little bit better job on government spending than we've been doing, and so they may say no to, you know,
Minimum 8%.
minimum.
That's the number I'm using actually, sir.
Yeah,
Well, it's always been 8 to 12, but as long as I've been involved, it's 8 to 12.
I'm thinking that the timing for milk to ask for general funding is probably about 2 years too later than what optimum would have been. But
Okay.
you have a
We're
new,
hopeful.
you have a new lobbyist ready to.
Make it know.
And we do have a meeting scheduled later in the month. I'll be getting her up to speed on what we're trying to get done there and what help we need.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments on that? All right, and we'll just keep rolling along. We already had a reason, so. Brian, I guess you are.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Simonson, your Chief Financial Officer. I've got, I think, 3 things on the agenda here. The first one, we're on tab number 2, page number 1, Predator Control 3-county allocation is the title. I need the board's approval every time about this time of the year to authorize payments to Wildlife Services and then the 3 counties that actually don't participate in Wildlife Services. So they get their portion of the aerial hunting predator, 575,000 that we do.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that.
All right.
Always,
Second.
we've done it.
All right, we'll get a motion by Alan, a second by William, and now discussion.
Okay. I was just gonna quickly go down this page. I wasn't gonna
Well,
belabor it too much. So
we have a motion then on the floor, so
Yeah.
we're gonna go
We're
ahead
in
and
discussion.
discussion on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
the-
I apologize.
Yes. So is there discussion on the giving Brian the authority to issue the payments to those 3 counties? Basically is what the motion is,
And to Wildlife Services.
and wildlife services. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. All right.
I'm gonna flip the page. Let me just FYI, one thing before I do that. I just want to make the board aware, for Wildlife Services and Dalen's gonna come on here, hopefully.
No.
Oh, well,
Down today.
all right, well, just for public knowledge then in the board. The Department of Livestock has got essentially 3 payments that go to Wildlife Services this time of the year. And I just wanted to update you on what those were. So on this one, that 523,710, that's what's going from, the department for our predator aerial hunting, control. The FWP wolf donations is the second one, and that's $125,915, Evan tells me. And the third one is the livestock loss board. When they have leftover claims money, they voted as a board to send 40% of that to wildlife services for predator control. That amount was $115,833. So from the state or Department of Livestock, or through the Department of Livestock, Wildlife Services is gonna get checks, 3 checks to total the amount of $765,458.
And where's that information on this?
The only one that this board has to decide on, we do report the wolf stuff on the special revenue. But the only one we're looking at is the 523,710 for wildlife services. So the only one you're missing there is the livestock loss board.
Okay.
Okay, now
While
I'm,
you're talking predator control,
Yeah.
if I may, Brian, I
Yes.
did say, while we were at ILIA in Billings, talked with Jake Eshelman, who's the district investigator there, so he's still, as I think we had someone from Carter County contact us at one time, they're trying to figure out how to get more money, into predator control within their county, particularly coyote control. So one of the things that I just want to let the board know, I volunteered is, Jake said they're continuing to talk to him about it. And so I thought maybe it would be good when you got people that far away that it's kind of hard for them to come to Helena. So I offered I would go to them. So Jake is supposed to be working to figure out one of their predator board meetings that they have in Carter County at some time for me to go down to there and speak with them and see what their issues are and what ideas they have to try and raise more money for predator control in Carter County and how we can and may be of assistance with that.
Do they have a livestock petition in that county?
I think they do have a livestock petition. I think they primarily are right now concerned about the fact that they have a lot of out-of-state seasonal grazers. And that those people don't report their per capita fee, number one, so they don't get money through this effort that we just did, that percentage share. And they also, I think, have some ideas that, those people aren't paying into their petition. It's only the people who are there. And I shouldn't just say out of state, because I think that's the other thing is you have a lot of in-state grazers who have leases in Carter County. They may be part of a petition, but they're paying their petition in their home county, not where their livestock is for part of the year. So there's some complicated issues they're trying to wrestle with there. And I will say there's some ideas they have posed to me that, okay, those are things we might look at. There's some other ideas they posed that you're like, oh, that's, having a different per capita fee for your county than the rest of the state. Some of that stuff seems a little hard to manage, not impossible, but hard to manage. But I know we've been having that back and forth. And so in case anybody runs across from anybody down there, I did ask Jake to say, we'll find out when their predator board meets. I know, like I said, they've talked about coming here to the board meeting, but haven't come to the board meeting. It was like, given they're so far away, we can go to them and
Yeah, let me
have
know
a
when it is.
conversation.
If I can go, I'll go along.
Yeah. So just want to let you know that we're still having that conversation hasn't died, but I know there's lots of things they're concerned about and they're trying to figure out ways to get people to pay so that they can get more money into their predator control program.
Cause like Carter County, there's still a lot of sheep in that county, so then the per capita fee per animal is.
Yeah, I think their petition, they pay $5 a cow and $1 a ewe.
Also, that's
That's
very substantial, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
but when you're paying all the expenses, the planes and everybody, big county.
Yeah, because they're not under a wildlife services contract. And it didn't help recently that their pilot actually died in a car wreck. And so they were without a pilot for a while and there's just been lots of issues there.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry.
All right, Brian.
all right. Page 2, multicolored state special revenue report. What you have before you is the fiscal end of year, June 30th, 2024 report for fiscal year 24. Usually, when we're reporting revenue, we're sometimes in some categories a month behind. This report, really gets finalized about mid-July, so all of the revenue for 2024 is in this report, so everything is kind of apples to apples when you're looking at it. The only thing I would say, if you're trying to really track from the last report that we did to this one, is that column B there, the FY 23 numbers tend to jump around a little bit because we're doing fiscal year closeout last year at this time and at this year at this time. So from June to July, you get some hopping around where we're doing cleanup and that kind of thing. So you'd see that in like new brands and transfers. There's been a big increase. But that was because of that 269,000 in row 2. That's because we did a lot of cleanup last year. But the numbers came in, more than expected from where I was sitting. And I think we're, tracking with what brands and the markets were talking about. So I'll just go down through here a little bit. Field inspections and market inspections, rows 6 and 7. Those column C, 216,000 for field inspections and 1.4 for market inspections. You can see those didn't come off too far different than last year and pretty close to what we budgeted for those. So that's good. Investments, the next one down, investment earnings at 544,147. We certainly didn't budget for a number that big, so happy about that. I wouldn't expect to see that kind of $150,000 difference between 24 and 25. I think the markets have, we saw some exponential growth in interest rates last year. We don't expect to see those again going forward. So level off.
Well, we hope we don't, because it's good for our investments, but bad for everybody else.
It's a football. Let's see here. That's pretty much all I want to mention there for brands. Per capita fee, those numbers, 4,867,000 is I got a smiley face next to that one, so it's pretty good. That's way better than I thought it was gonna come in at, so.
So is the breakdown kind of universal among species, or is it mainly cattle, or?
I don't think there was a big drop off in anything other than maybe chickens. I think chickens were, because of some of I suppose it's the high pass, that kind of thing, but otherwise, I'd have to go back and look at those numbers, but I don't remember anything jumping out at me as being too far off. And yeah, cattle numbers came in positive, substantially. So, yeah.
It's amazing.
It doesn't, yeah.
And there was a slight increase in this year's collection, but not this much of an increase.
Yeah. Okay, that investment earnings again, 691,000. That's pretty good. Milk inspection, egg grading, those came in as we expected, so nothing, no mystery there. We expect to see the same thing going forward. The diagnostic lab came in, you can see there 11,000 less than last year, but still 1.5 million is a good year in the lab. So I got a smiley face next to that one too. And then it's amazing to me that the wolf donations there, that 125,000, that keeps going strong. So revenue 2024 was really pretty good, better than expected. Any questions? Please, Mr.
So the investment earnings in column A in the brands and the per capita, are these separate investment earnings or are they combined?
They're all going into the same short-term investment plan for the state, but go ahead.
That's not what I meant.
Okay.
See, these 544, 147 and 690, 1688, are these two separate things from each other, or are they a continuous number?
No, they're separate. So if you put money in for, and so you can see this is fund 02425 in blue and 02426 in green. So that money goes in, tagged to those codes and then, and comes out that way. So they're completely different. One is per capita fee collections and the other one is brands, inspections, permits, that, those fees, re-record is in there. That all falls under that code. So they're separate. And they're all tracked separately. Even milk inspection, you can see has got its own earnings and step there, $5,000.
Has to do with money in the bank, basically.
Well,
And-
otherwise it's just sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah.
So the state's,
No.
and that's in law. I mean, each department, has got laws relative to what they can and can't invest in the state.
Right?
All right, the next page. Page 3, probably, I'm not really gonna get off page 3 a little bit, a couple comments on page 4. I'll start at the top, and say that this is not June 30th, 2024, this is June 29th, 2024. This report was, I'm gonna say finalized a couple weeks ago. It had gotten a few iterations over, the early months of July. And then they didn't really close out the year until just last week, late last week. So there's even a little bit more changes, but very minute, in cleanup and that kind of thing. I know I read the board report that Mike sent out Monday, and giving kudos to Evan and the business services staff. And, I'd reiterate that again. They spent a lot of overtime and time here, waiting for changes to come through. And so they did a lot of work and this is 99% complete, but it says June 29th. It doesn't say June 30th. Okay, there's a lot of big numbers here. I guess I should say you don't have blue sheets in front of you this time of the year because blue sheets are projections of what we expect to have left. Well, we're at the end of the year, so what we had left is in that column F. So this functions the same as the blue sheets just because there's no projections anymore, but most of it is still the same. Basically a kind of an overview, but the number one number for me to a certain degree, in Evan's comments at the bottom there, the first block, the last sentence, as of June 29th, 93% of the department's budget has been expended. So 7% of the budget, that's a pretty good, you want to somewhere between 5 and 10. If you get below 5%, you're now a lot of anxiety relative to, are we going to meet our budget goals? And then anything over 10 would be, now we're not spending, or we're not doing what we say we're doing. So we're falling down somewhere. So that 93%, that's a good number. I do like his bottom comment there as far as this year's employee payouts were, 60% less than last year. So last year we had 364,000. This year nearly 150. So it's a good data point for personnel.
So what kind of liability do we have in the next year or two? Is there still a critical number of employees that are right at the retirement could have a fairly decent payout coming when they do stuff?
There probably is, Mike probably does have some kind of comments that might pertain to that. I would just say from the budget perspective, in the month of August, we're gonna put together what we think the projections are going forward for fiscal year 25 and get that budget set and published in hopefully September. In that process is when we'll canvass the department to see, how many people are, retirement eligible and what we kind of think are the likelihood of them retiring, but I don't have that number right now.
I don't have that number, but I would say, I think we do have it's actually one of my frustrations with state government budgeting, because in your world, you'd have to carry that on your book somewhere. That's a liability. You're gonna pay it out at some point, right? That would have to be against you on some side of the ledger. We never treat it like it's there. And so but it's a real liability if employees leave. with excess, with vacation time and other things are due to be paid out. We had some really big retirements in that previous year. I mean, people who had been with the department for, in one case, 45 years, I think. And so we do have less and less employees that have that length of service, although we have lots of employees that are eligible because law enforcement is eligible for retirement at 20 years. So we have lots of folks who've already put in their 20 years and they would be eligible to retire at any time if they had another opportunity or felt they could afford to just be retired. So that liability is there, but we've done a few things. I think you're gonna see that number go down because of some policy changes that we made to mitigate that. One was prior to 2017, 2018, somewhere in there, we made that switch. We really did not manage that very well. And we didn't even manage it within state policy. We learned that in the history of the department, we never cut comp time off. And our non-exempt employees get paid for their comp time. Our exempt employees don't get paid for comp time. You use it or you lose it. But we had folks who would have 300 or 400 hours of non-exempt comp time. They'd have 300 or 400 hours of vacation. And they would have every sick hour they'd ever gotten in 40 years of service department. So they have 3,000 and some sick leave hours. And you get 1/4 of that. So add that up, they walked out the door with 1 year's salary, pretty much as their payout, because that's what it would be. So some of the things that we've done is, one, there is a max number of vacation hours that you should carry and you use them or you lose them at a certain point. Right? And it's still a big number. It's for very veteran employees, it's over 300, I think.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there, but it's not 500 or 600. So we started saying, look, we're not just gonna let this keep running up. Like, if state policy is it cuts off at this, it cuts off at this. So that was a change. And another change we made was around non-exempt comp hours, which is you can't carry more than 120 of those. And it doesn't mean we're not paying for work, but if you get to 120, then you have to start taking overtime time and a half, which I feel is a better strategy, because now we're paying as we go versus building up this big liability that's gonna come and smack us in the side of the face somewhere down the line. And so that also explains why in doing that, that's why some of our overtime, the actual budget figures, the actual dollars spent look a little bit higher, because we are forcing people to take overtime, where in the past they would build up those comp hours to 500, 600, 700. Now we're just, hey, we'd rather pay for that as we go versus having a big liability sitting against us to hit us in the future. And state policy said you should cap those at 120 and make people tip overtime. So, I mean, I don't know that I can take a whole lot of credit. I guess I could take credit for learning what the state policy was and getting the department in compliance with that policy. But it's probably something that should have always happened, but it was not. We found that out.
Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna make a couple comments here, in column E and column F, because there's some big numbers. If we're in row 26, that total number, you can see that from year to year comparison, we spent nearly 1.5 million more than we did last year. So that's a big number. And then you can see next to it that we still are under spending our authority by 1.2 million. So a little, which that's good or bad, but a little comments on maybe where those big numbers kind of come from and what how those numbers are kind of paired almost in half for the most part. The 1.485, let's see here. I got a lot of that, extra payment, about half of it, about $500,000 of that, a third of it, comes from the pay raise that we got 1 July last year. So almost all of what you're looking at there as far as personnel services, we'll put some caveat there for the overtime in there also, but most of that is a result of the pay increase in July of 2023.
Which was 4%.
That $1.50 for lower.
Oh, yeah.
That amounts to about 8%, or,
It was $1.50 or 4%, whichever one.
Right. Yes, sir.
Lower, right, or higher?
Let's see, number two, I'm looking for a two here somewhere. I'm sorry, I gotta go back. So if I go down to, row 18, that total equipment, that 576,000, that's one-time only purchases, mostly in the lab, but also Brands bought a bunch of, stuff through the EPP process, so, you can see that the year before that, we didn't spend anything, in equipment, so, that's a big significant number for what's growing there. The next one right below that, the claims, depredation remediation, that's a, 150,000, that's also new. So Livestock Loss Board, put that, or got that in there, and so that also contributed to it.
Let's make sure we say it right. The legislature decided to amend Livestock Loss Board budget and put that in there.
Right, they did not
Livestock
ask for it.
They did
in
not
fact.
ask,
That's right.
but
Yes,
they got
sir.
it.
And lastly, just, if we were to look at Brands, and you can see that overtime number there of 107,000. And then there's, the new software, onboarding ramp, or
Yeah.
bringing it on board, that amounted to about $190,000 of expenses that we didn't have the year before, so. In overtime and just, repair and maintenance costs, so. So that gets that number down, quite a bit, or explains, where most all of that, extra spending came from this year. If I shift over to column F there, that 1.2, why do we have 1.2 million left in authority for this year? Some of the factors that go into that, up there in contracts, so I'm in row 7, you can see that $240,000 there. $115,000 of that has a lot to do with state ITSD. We had about a 50% increase from the last legislative session on state ITSD. Well, we actually didn't spend 115,000 of that, but all of it's restricted that's in that bucket. So that 115,000 is essentially, if you didn't spend on ITSD, then it stayed in our budget. So that is what it is. There's 103,000 basically of rollover one-time only stuff. So all of our EPP requests last time went in as biennial. So if we put it into the budget in 2024's budget, but if we didn't spend it, we still have 2025, so it will roll over. So there's some more radios, there's some more brand enforcement equipment to be purchased in there. There's a vehicle for the import office a truck that hasn't been gotten yet. So about 100,000 there. DSA, if you were to look over in DSA, we shifted out or about $247,000 just from a combination of less testing and then the vacancies in the federal umbrella, the bison vacancies, which persisted through a lot of the year. That amounted to a lot of underspending in the DSA federal umbrella category, about 247,000. And then lastly, if we're down in like row 40, the diagnostic laboratory, you can see there's a negative $200,000 in year-to-year comparison. So we backfilled that with some authority to ensure that the lab is, so when you look at the lab numbers, everything's positive. We had the authority to move funds into their per capita fee general fund, and we got all of those numbers positive in the lab. So good work from Evan on that category. So that was about half of that number. And then every month we've been reporting to the board, that we're expecting to be about 500,000 over just with vacancies, retirements, and all of that kind of thing that happen, which most of that's up there in personnel. And so I think we ended the year, that's a big number, but really we ended the year as we thought we were going to. So all's well on my front.
The story is we spent 93% of our budget that we had. So
I started there. Just a couple points on the next page over. This is the page that has all of our statutory appropriation and budget amendments. There were a couple additions, I like to tell the board from period to period of reporting, so we did get a plus up from Null and ADT. So the rows 35 and 37, that 593,000, that got added, 257,000 got added to that in the last reporting period. And the ADT one, that 239,000, 100,000 got added to that. Those are the only changes that happened from the last period. The good news for most of this, if you look on column F at the end there, all of those numbers for what's left in the budget, the only two that really don't transfer or roll over to the next cycle. So we'll see these, next, not in August, but I think in September, we'll see these numbers show up again in the 2025 budget. So it's only the livestock loss board numbers that, get reset back to 300,000 and 100,000, but these other numbers are all going to roll over. So we're not out anything as far as those are concerned. That's essentially my report.
I liked it.
Yeah, it's just a year ago when we were talking about the captain fee.
Yeah, we're worried about it being way off.
How we were gonna navigate.
Well, just FYI, we have a considerable reserve in per capita fee, but we spent more per capita fee than we actually brought in last year. So it did cut, that reserve did get, I want to say it was a few $100,000. I'm not, I could find out what that number is, but and then I would say it's offset by the fact that we brought in more per capita fee than we thought we were gonna bring in, so, or anticipate.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was my point that,
Yeah.
we just.
But we are spending into the reserves on per capita fee.
Well.
We got a lot of one-time, House Bill 10, those $1 million software application projects, take a chunk.
Yeah. But they're one time only. So
They are.
Done, they're done.
Well, it's just, I just think back, and Alan, so that too, that there was a time that when we started dipping into per capita fees and we spent more than we had, it was a deficit spending.
Oh,
And,
I just-
true deficit spending.
I just want a little marker to say, in September when we meet and we talk about per capita fee where we're at, it's not gonna be a great news story, so, we'll have some choices to.
Well, a
some
marker of
needs to make.
success for me always is another year that Department of Livestock will not be in House Bill 3. So go ahead and worry about that.
Big deal.
Just keep that streak going.
No.
Amen. Anything else, Mr. Chair?
I don't, does anybody have any more questions? Well, very good.
Great job.
Pretty, for a
I'll
wrap up,
pass it
a
on.
year-end wrap up, that was pretty.
Oh, there's I think a lot of sweat over there. I just get to stand here and take credit for it.
Well,
Yeah.
express our appreciation.
I will. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do you wanna, Dalen is in meetings today and not gonna be able to join us, but he did email us a quick report, so I didn't know if you wanted to just move forward with that since we know he's not coming on before you would break for lunch.
Well, yes, because
Actually, it is lunch is supposed to be out.
one, yeah, and the person that prepared the agenda also was preparing the lunch, so I assume that when they kind of had an idea of what time.
Yeah, so. Well, I think.
It smells like it's.
Sounds
out
like
there,
it
but-
smells like it's out there already.
But yeah, so let's not rush them as long as it's.
So I'm just gonna read what, Mr. Tidwell from USDA Wildlife Services sent us earlier today. The summer months have been fairly quiet for investigations, nothing that they're seeing out of the ordinary. The helicopters are operating as scheduled. 62 Charlie is due for engine replacement in the next couple of weeks of August. Due to a 6 to 9 month turnaround, they sent the other engine to be overhauled last year, which is just now getting ready. So being ahead of this will allow for little downtime before the next winter busy season with the helicopters. The new work and financial plans with Department of Livestock are in place, and you just approved the actual real figure now that we'll plug into that work plan, both for helicopter work and the wolf mitigation fund. They have been responding to a few feral swine calls, through the Squeal on Pigs, program. No finding of wild pigs, mostly domestics or no real evidence. The response coordination is working great. They have, their new Blaine County person started on July 1st. All is in order and on the ground. And I can attest that person was the person who responded to our Fort Belknap feral pig call, so they got something to do pretty quick after getting on board if they just started on July 1st. And they're the ones that found that pig and dealt with it. So, got it back to the owner. I guess I shouldn't say dealt with it. Got it back to the owner. Because dealt with it can mean different things to different people. So that's Dalen Ford.
Well, and I just, maybe you shared with everybody, but I know you shared with me, that first picture of that pig, was everyone aware that it did look a little suspect.
It
Then
looks
the
very
other
suspect.
Picture, face on.
Yeah, and then when you,
way less.
yeah, and then when it actually got captured and they took a picture of it straight on, yeah, it's kind of haired up on the back, but when you look at the face and jawline and all that, it was obviously a domestic pig that just happened to be dark colored and a little bit hairy, and so the angle the first picture was taken from kind of made it look suspect, but that's why it's important to go find the actual pig and see what it is that you're dealing with. And I've got to say thank you, and you know, he's not here to hear it, but I got to say thank you to Dalen and Wildlife Services. I mean, I don't know if Tawny would say any different, but I mean, they are great to work with, you know, and so many times we need your help. So in this situation, we're talking about Fort Belknap. That's not a place we can really go poking around, but Wildlife Services can. And so, so it's just very helpful to have that strong relationship that we have with Dalen and that whole team across the state.
One other comment I have that Mike shared with me is he just happened to be looking on social media
Yeah.
and saw that KRTV was still reporting the sighting, but not the fact that the pig had been found, returned to its owner, that it was not a feral swine or not even a suspect anymore. So he did follow up and contacted it was on their website, is that correct? And so we visited a little bit about a public information person, you know, might just happen to be on social media and looking at that particular, but we don't want him on, that part of his job to monitor what's on social media. And so, you know, it's just something that,
Yeah.
you know, we may need to
But
look at.
a great thing, you learn something from every deal and a conversation. I gotta give credit where credit's due. So got a call from Mark Peterson, who's the commissioner in Hill County. And the next day after it had been reported on the Fort Belknap website, asking what happened, it so happened that we had just gotten the follow-up from Wildlife Services that the pig had been captured. So I told him that. It was a really good conversation because Hill County's kind of been an area where the nicest way I could say it is, and yes, they're on the front line right there of the pigs that would come from Canada. So I do understand why they're a little bit nervous, but have doubted whether or not the Department of Livestock could handle what might be in front of it. Just a nice way to say some of the conversations I've had. And when I told him that, you know, between us and Wildlife Services and that collaboration that we had captured the pig, he made a comment. He said, well, nobody can ask for anything better than that. You get a report and you get it dealt with within 24 hours. And he made the comment, so I'm gonna give him the credit for it. He goes, you need to be telling people this. He goes, because I got a lot of people in my country, all they ever hear is there was a pig, and then they never hear the other side of it. And he's absolutely right. And so I don't know that we want to send a press release out every time we catch a pig, but we probably should be doing a little bit more post follow-up, just so that we bookend that, so people do know that these reports are being responded to and being responded to successfully. And the collaboration, you know, we're in the lead chair there, but the collaboration between us and Wildlife Services and Extension and other folks is working the way it's supposed to work.
And I think what you saw on social media proves that if we don't do some sort of press release, it's not necessarily gonna be positive press that we're
Oh,
getting.
no, those were not,
Yeah.
he says, I didn't see the original KRTV post. I was seeing people's repost of the
Yep.
KRTV post,
Yeah.
and that was pretty negative.
So did anybody get the stuff from, Wildlife Services about strategic plan questionnaire?
William forwarded that to me. I didn't get it. But I think all board members should have gotten that from, Nina forwarded that on. And I think it originally came from Dave McEwen,
Right.
because Dave's still on the advisory committee.
Yeah, the national.
So, my question is, do we all do it or just the department does it?
No, I think the intent was to have producers do it, right?
Yeah, I think it got sent to this board, full growers, stock growers, and a board level input.
It was a little bit, to me, a little bit confusing,
It was very confusing, but
how it came out and the explanation wasn't very complete. So,
Well, I'm sure if they send it, they want your input, so I would advise them to give it. If you can.
Yeah, fairly quickly, so they can compile it, and get it sent back.
okay, and
And,
livestock loss,
George, I think may be out there.
I'm out here.
There he is. I'll let him take over. I'll get,
for the record, George, introduce yourself, please.
George Edwards, Executive Director for the Montana Livestock Loss Board. Really don't have a whole lot to report other than claim numbers seem to be steady. Follows along with what Dalen had sent in. We did hold a board meeting a month ago in Fairfield. We have had a few people in attendance. Out of the 18 grant applications the board reviewed, 11 were approved. And the reasons why some of them were not approved is incomplete applications, or they were applying for things that our board doesn't cover, such as bee yards, chicken coops, and people's yards. We will be doing another round of grant applications. Beginning around October 1st, we'll start accepting applications and hold a board meeting either in December or January. One of the changes to the grant application is going to be the match requirement will be a standard 30% cost share, where the producer provides 30% of the project expenses. We would cover the other 70%. That changes from what we used to do, which was a 50% cost share in wolf projects, 30% related to grizzly bear projects. Almost all of the grant applications now are related to grizzly bear projects. And in order to avoid the confusion or people trying to figure out a split if they had wolves and grizzlies both, the board decided to set it just at a flat 30% rate. A lot of the grant applications that were wolf related also were in grizzly country, so the producers were trying to figure out a split, which also made it awkward for the board to evaluate those applications. This is, I guess you could call it a cleanup to make it simpler for the producer as well as the board members, the livestock loss board members, when they review the applications. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
Lost.
hey, Brad DeGroot evidently has something else.
So George, without Dalen here to visit with us a little bit about what he's seeing in the country and what he expects to see in the country, have you heard? I'm just looking in our country, the berry crop is almost non-existent, and so I just anticipate that the bears are gonna be hungry this fall and looking for something to eat, and, they're gonna be traveling a little bit more trying to find that. I shared a photo that, one of my hired hands took of a grizzly heading right through the yard here a couple weeks ago. As they were coming in from bailing, on their way out to bail in the middle of the night, there was two yearling cubs at the sow. This was the sow, she kicked them off as yearlings and was down on the river with a boar. And, so in our country, it seems like they're kicking the bears or the cubs off earlier. There's another problem that's gonna show up, I think, is those young ones. But without any guidance, they're gonna be looking for an easy meal to get in. So have you seen anything or heard anything in the country, George?
No, Dalen said it's been actually fairly calm. We really haven't seen an uptick yet, but like what you just mentioned, that means we probably will have a pretty big uptick this fall or in the next coming months. And that, but I just spoke to Dalen briefly this morning, and he said things are staying pretty steady to what we've seen in past years. So we haven't seen that uptick yet.
Okay, well, I guess we can just keep hoping that it goes like that.
And,
Yeah, all of us hope.
actually, I have a question or comment for George, just because I haven't had a chance to talk to him about it and let this board know as well. And George can let his board know. It's probably been about 2 or 3 weeks ago. If this hasn't gotten your way, George, I want to let you know that, there was depredation. There was a domestic bison depredation by a grizzly bear, in the, Red Lodge area. And of course, that producer figured out they were not eligible for a claim on domestic bison. And so there might be some push from a small corner to add bison as one of the species for depredation claims during the coming legislature. Don't know who would bring it, but that's been floated around. So something for us all to be aware of, with Georgia's program, with the Livestock Law Sports program and their funding, because bison are pretty expensive critters if it takes down an adult bison. So I don't know, and I don't know where George would find bison markets and other such things to make his determinations, but that is a thing that's in the air. So I don't know if it'll actually come to fruition or not.
I was also contacted on that.
Yeah.
And I let the producer know that they would have to go through a legislative process if they wanted bison added to the board. And I stayed totally neutral on that.
I'm just aware because I know they've reached out to our policy person at the governor's office. They've reached out to several organizations asking if they would support legislation of that type. So that's that. So they are taking your advice. That's what they're doing. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So we had a bear in Gardner that was in the trash cans and breaking into building vehicles, and they took care of that one. Fishing game got a black eye out of that, the way they handled it. They just dumped it in the river, and that went over real
Oh,
big.
yeah, I saw that.
But they cut the head and the paws off because those are
Trophy value.
well, yeah, it's trophy value, and the whole thing makes it look bad. But there's another one that's been around too, and I saw one, wife and I were gathering some cattle, and we saw one on us. That was, it disappeared real quick, and it was not a black bear, but. So, I mean, we're seeing them moving more. We will have a berry crop, but. No, man, I'll see.
Well, I'll send them down.
Don't worry, I usually have one that shows up on hunting season every year, and I have them, and if I saw it already, it's like, yeah, this is early.
I wish we did that one. So is there any other questions for George or comments? George, do you have anything else that you'd like to share?
I don't really have anything else. I mean, everything's working smoothly with our board and we don't have any problems.
Very good. All right, well, we're gonna break for lunch, George, and you're missing out, but maybe sometime.
Well, if I have mail, I might still come in this afternoon.
Good chance to come look, right?
Oh,
He can come get lunch without having to see all of us.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, with that, I'm gonna break for lunch and we will return at 1 o'clock. All right, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. We have a quorum. And next order of business is animal health and food safety. So Alicia, you.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Alicia Love and I am the Meat, Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Are we waiting on the other members? Or are we gonna go? We're gonna go. Okay,
Said we would start at 1 and we started at 1, so.
fair enough. So I just have two items for you today, board members. One is a letter that we are planning to send to state inspected facilities regarding the frequency of listeria sampling in these plants. At this time, many of our state inspected establishments do their listeria sampling quarterly based on guidance from previous administration in my position. In our research of the issue and in looking at guidance from USDA, there is not adequate scientific support for facilities to be sampling listeria quarterly. The recommendation is monthly. The only exception to this would be seasonal operators that do not make ready-to-eat products every month. We wouldn't ask them to do sampling of ready-to-eat products if they don't make those products all the time. So at this time, we are hoping to advise the industry of the support that exists for this and letting them know, since our department has previously communicated a standard that is less than what we feel is acceptable now, that we will start to correct course on that with the industry.
So I didn't read through your letter, but I assume that it explains that the exception that you're gonna have for the.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that is correct. And we also will be making sure that plants are aware of where we are getting this guidance from, so they have that for their reference as well.
Okay. Oh.
And does this, sorry, I had something I should have read before, but I haven't had a chance to look at this. Are you putting an effective date in here or?
I see March 20.
Oh, okay, maybe,
March of 2025, is that?
Sorry, I don't have my glasses with me. I need to start bringing my glasses on board days.
I assumed it wasn't effective immediately upon receipt of the letter, right? There's a date that this is when it'll start.
I can read, I just can't see far away is my problem.
I don't see a date.
There's not a date.
It does not appear there is a date. I would be more than happy to put an effective date on this letter, so industry has some time to adapt to this modification.
Probably wise.
No. So, but I assume that you would like to get this letter out before our next meeting, is that a correct assumption?
That is correct.
So, I'd entertain a motion to accept this letter if there's, and with the caveat that there will be an effective date added in there before it goes out.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
All right, a motion by William, and second by Alan. Is there any other discussion or any comments on the letter that? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carried.
Thank you.
That letter will probably create some pushback, as Alicia and I have already discussed. And I think it's important that plants know that, I think every plant needs to just be on the same page.
Well, maybe there should be I mean, I guess we already voted and it's probably my fault for not bringing this up sooner, but I would like to know kind of what you're looking at for an effective date. I assume that I shouldn't assume, but I hope that you are giving everyone enough time to digest what this letter is gonna do to affect their plant operations.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, listeria sampling is something that's already in place with these facilities, so we wouldn't be asking them to be establishing a new pattern or looking for a new facility to execute this testing. So I guess in my mind, and if this seems too narrow of a time frame, I am certainly open to a discussion about it. With your suggestion, I was thinking September 1st would be a decent amount of time. Most of my establishments do have email addresses, and so we would send, in this case, probably a digital copy and then send another copy by certified mail just in case. And a standing policy that I have had with staff, whenever we send letters, is I will say they will be distributed on this day. And usually the following week, I say they need to have a meeting with, the inspector has to have a meeting with the plant to say, did you receive this letter? Is there anything in the letter that you're unsure of? And give just time for that dialogue to occur. So with all of that said, I think September 1st would be more than enough time for folks to get the letter, contact whoever is doing their testing, which I think most of our establishments are using a local lab here in Montana. And if for some reason that lab wasn't able to handle an increased test load, perhaps we could work on a plant improvement plan with them if they need to find another lab, but I don't foresee that would be a significant issue for them.
So on a quarterly basis, but that would not mean that, I mean, is that a quarter of the year, or is that just every 3 months for every establishment on a rotating basis? I guess maybe I'm not clear, but I mean, if you wouldn't inspect every plant or require this the 1st of January or what is the protocol?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, so currently the standard that most facilities use is quarterly. And the scientific support is monthly, other than seasonal operators. So once a month, they should be taking samples of surfaces specifically for this letter. And so they would be swabbing multiple surfaces in their plant to see if there's a presence of listeria in the plant. And they can do that with one sponge. The only problem with that is if they have a positive, they don't know which surface had it.
Sure.
But that would be a cost saving measure they would have. So monthly is the ask. Quarterly is currently the standard we're seeing.
And I don't know if that's what you meant, but maybe I'll clarify. And is every plant sort of in the same rotation? Is it that everybody does it September, December, or is it Jake, his next one may be doing September, mine's doing October, Alan's next one's doing November? Everybody's on a different rotation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think many of our operators strive to be on a schedule, but I do know that things happen with our plants. And so they were like, oh, well, I meant to do it in October, but I'm still okay if I get it in November. So I'll do it in November. So I think, and Mr. Bettis can probably speak to this a little bit more, but I think most of our plants aim to have a set month in the quarter. I don't know how stringently that's being followed within the facilities currently.
I guess my reason for asking was just to coincide the effective date of this. If it was a quarterly, yeah, and so it was normally the 1st of September for every plant in the state. To have this come effective that date, that wouldn't be they would have a month before that, it would really be taking effect to their premise. They'd already be scheduled for that first one. So that was, I guess, my reason for asking that question, and probably we're gonna clear the prevent.
Yeah, this test is not hard to do. The reason we're gonna get pushback is cost. You're doing 4 tests a year now, they're asking us to do 12.
And what is the cost?
I don't remember, we were talking about this yet, I don't remember, I can find out. But
There's
it's
no
not,
exception, on, I think that was the discussion we'd had previously. It was, anywhere from, 5 animals, 5,000 pounds of product a quarter to 500,000 pounds of product a quarter. The testing requirements are.
It's the
equal, so
same.
The cost
Yeah.
per pound of product produced is exponentially different, potentially.
Is it just the cost of the sampling or do you pay the laboratory fee also?
no, we pay the lab fee.
Lab fee.
So I think they send you your sponge. And then you send it in and then you pay the lab fee. I mean, it's not, I'll find out before we even get done here how much it is, I don't remember, but that's where the pushback is gonna come. But I think given the other situations going on with meat right now, I don't think asking plants, that sector of the industry, do a little more testing, make sure we're being safe is a bad thing to do right now.
Oh, no, timing is everything in this.
And I think it's a very important, I don't think it's a bad ask at all, and I think the scientific data points that we need to be doing it monthly, so.
Well, yes, we have more discussion after the motion was voted on than we did before, but that's, everyone's clear, I hope. Okay, all right. You can carry on with your next item.
All right, and my next item and a change of venue is another letter that I'd like to send to the industry. This one is pivoting a little bit to address existing federal regulations about ingredients being identified in non-meat ingredients, and I'll clarify what I mean by that. So we have had a lot of issues with establishments through no fault of their own, trying to get their nitrite and nitrate concentrations calculated correctly as they're required to. And the problem we're running into is some of our local spice blend makers are not being transparent in their labeling on how much these restricted ingredients are in their products. We have been working with the facilities to try to get more information from these spice packers so that they can do their calculations correctly. And we've not had good success in that. And with there being a law about what should be on their labels as non-meat ingredients, we're taking a little bit more of a regulatory hand to say now that this law says anything in your plant has to have a complete and accurate label in it. And if you're essentially buying from these manufacturers that don't follow FDA regulations, you shouldn't be using them in your meat products. So this is not a new law. This is not a new issue for us, unfortunately. But we're just kind of formalizing the approach that we take. We're taking less of an educational venue and saying, we've been at this discussion for a very long time. And we just need to start enforcing the law that says if you have products in your plant that aren't clearly labeled with an ingredient list, we're gonna start writing the violation for that. And hopefully our meat packing plants will not want the violation and they will change to a supplier that will provide these required components of their labels. That's kind of a mouthful. I can clarify any questions on that.
Well, and I see you have a date that it will allow the plants to use up inventory that they have on hand and work with their suppliers to, you're 6 months away or 8 months, actually, probably. Okay, so other questions? So you have, that gives you more of a handle on your regulatory process, so what teeth do you have?
Essentially, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, essentially what will happen is once this time frame has passed, my inspectors can do audits of their spice room and essentially say that product isn't eligible to enter inspected product. Which pretty well forces the hand that now that product can't be made with those. I'm also hoping in some ways that this letter can be shared with my counterparts at public health, since some of my bad actors are in state, and say, hey, we don't know if you're aware of this issue, even though I've conversed with them about this issue. This is a regulatory path we're taking. We would advise you guys to share this letter with people that you regulate, to let them know that at some point in time, you're going to have a market of meat processors that will not be eligible to use your product. And you may want to correct course.
And I would add to that, the mislabeling and misbranding is one of the triggers that we have to issue a recall, not a class 1 recall, public health safety, a lower level, but we could convene a recall committee and make a recall recommendation on product if the label is not accurate.
So that would be your hammer.
That's your hammer.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeycutt, I would say that hopefully that would kind of be much further down the road. I'm not inclined to have a mass recall on cured products in the state of Montana for their spice labels.
Again, another thing I have experience with, that yes, we just don't want to ever do that again.
So this just says state inspected establishments. Does that go for custom exempts too, or is this just bugged product?
This would apply to state inspected establishments, and the reason for that being is that custom exempt products aren't fit to enter commerce.
Okay.
And I would not expect custom products to have an ingredients list on them.
So if you have a state inspected facility that's also doing custom processing
They would not be able to do that because that product cannot be in the
in the building,
establishment.
okay.
So if they have a separate custom building,
But if it's the same building, yep.
Okay. Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve this letter.
Okay.
Second.
Second, all right. A motion by Alan and a second by the village. Discussion. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, those are the only items I have on my agenda. So if the board doesn't have anything else, I appreciate your time today.
I have one question and I think I know the answer, but I just noticed that Dairy Farmers of America are now trucking the milk out of our area instead of Raleigh. And so what, really, maybe you know more than we should. So what?
Yeah, they just took over the route. Raleigh decided to retire, so DFA took on the route and it hasn't changed a whole lot. They don't come as often, just adding that bigger dairy on some of the routes just changed how the milk, but it's all pretty similar to how Raleigh was doing it.
Okay. And we have, as far as transportation of milk, what control does this department have? Anything?
You just have to pick up milk within or like that's part of the pasteurized milk ordinance, isn't it? Like how often milk has to leave the farm and they're meeting that. We'll see what happens when it's the middle of winter and they are trying not to come our way and they're already stretching it, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
So I should buy a milk truck.
That would be great, actually.
Jake needs another business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheryl, when you say they're not coming as often, how, can your tank hold that much or? I mean,
For now, yeah.
most tanks I know are pretty. It's 4 milkings and it's full, I guess.
Not for us.
You need more cows.
Not yet. We're getting there. We're working on it.
Bigger
so.
tank and smaller herd.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay, is there any other questions for Alicia? All right, well, thank you. Thank you for all your work. You put in a little overtime, I believe, in the last week or two, and
Some emergency
Yeah.
travel.
yeah, and travel, and being away from home. And, so we appreciate everything that you do for the industry.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. It's, sometimes when it rains, it pours in public health.
And before we let them go, I think we also kudos to Jay Nelson, our EIO back there.
Absolutely.
He's very much involved in everything we've dealt with for about the last week and a half, so.
Absolutely. I've got a great staff. I really do.
And Kaylee's doing a great job with labels too.
Thank you all, because we're being the leading industry in the state of Montana. We want to make sure that everybody's comfortable consuming our product.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. Thank you very much. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, it takes a team to win a game, right?
Yes. Well,
Unless you're Greg Judah.
Cha-ching. I got a great team. Cha-ching.
Should be a manager's goal to make themselves replaceable. That's my
He came from Virginia Tech. He's not used to that.
firm belief.
oh, boy. Would you like to introduce yourself now?
For the record, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Greg Judah, Director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. Thanks for having me,
And graduate
and graduate of Virginia Tech, another quality ACC engineering school, like NC State, right?
Right.
Which neither compares to you and so.
Okay, I got a few items for you today that may be of interest. Yeah, there's some requests in there. Wedge that in at the last minute. So we'll get to that. First thing I wanted to do is give you a brief update on some operational highlights. Kind of what we've been dealing with in recent months since we last convened on, what was it, May 28th? One of our primary focuses as of the last couple of months has been staffing. I believe, Mike Spatz gave you an overview of some of those, positions, but we have, hired now and filled 3 positions within the lab sections. So this would be what Mike was referring to as microbiologist, positions. And it's just generically classified regardless of what discipline the lab section is doing diagnostics in. So we're pretty pleased about that, especially considering we had 3 vacancies. Actually, it was 2, but we ended up having to backfill the backfill. But we also had 2 people leave on maternity leave right at the beginning of June, so they all kind of stacked on top of each other. So we were essentially down 4 lab techs all at once. But we relied heavily on our fellows and cross training, and we're able to keep operations going. No real impact other than I'm sure some people got burnt out at times, but they're pretty good at helping each other out. So I'm proud of them. We did have one of our current fellows, Janika Glover, has decided to extend her fellowship for another year, which is great. And we're absolutely totally supportive of that because she's fantastic. Everyone loves working with her, great attitude. And we basically just told her if something else, another opportunity comes up, just let us know, be upfront about it, and we'll work with you to make it happen. So that's good news. Dr. Schwartz was able to, I think I mentioned this previously, but get a new AFL fellow matched with our lab, who will be starting tomorrow. And her name is Bridget Doyle. She's a MSU graduate, which is cool. It's always good to be able to support MSU grads, and we'll continue to do so as I think some opportunities in the future are going to come up. So she'll work primarily in the PCR or molecular diagnostics lab section, and she's going to her project will be developing and validating a couple of equine assays. So that'll be a benefit to us. So we're excited to have her on board. And yeah, if you're ever around, stop in and I'll introduce you.
So that's kind of the staffing, situation at the lab currently. Some recent updates on lab instrumentation. I know that's always of interest because it costs money, a lot of it. The good news is the vast majority of lab instruments are performing well currently, operationally sound. We feel like we're in a pretty good place. We did have a couple recent repairs, one of them being to the Emulate chemistry analyzer in ClinPath and a plate reader in serology. The Emulate's covered by a preventative maintenance or a service agreement. So we'll get reimbursed for that, which is good news. And it's currently operational. And the plate reader in serology is one that we use for the Brucella screening for the FP assay. And that was a ship it back to the company and have them fix it. And I think it was like a $500 or $600 repair. So minimal hit, staying under budget. The Dimension chemistry analyzer in ClinPath has been delivered, installed, and trained on. So we're pretty excited about that. I think they were getting at wit's end and frustrated with all the downtime, but that went pretty seamlessly for an install, considering we had to install a new water system as well that's located right beside it. But it replaced the old water system, so it's already plumbed. Just had to get it in there and hook it up and get it running. So we still have the old chemistry analyzer and we have 60 days to return it. And we're currently validating the new instrument against the old one. So running them in conjunction. So there's a little more money in terms of supply that we're spending at the moment because we're running everything in duplicate. But we should be good on that front before long. Any questions on any of that you may have? Okay. The next item, new building construction. Mike, I sent you a couple of pictures.
In my email.
Might be easier just to talk through them as they're up. This is kind of the cool part of the construction because you can actually see tangible differences on a weekly basis.
Thinking. So long, there we go. This is,
That may be the travel request.
okay,
Yeah. It was yesterday at 5.
yesterday at 5. Go back a little ways then.
I
I have a few emails.
I got freshly speed in my house and.
Yeah. Do you have as many emails? coming in?
Yeah, if you're on.
No, we have,
Yeah.
fiber right to the house.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. It's instantaneous. Push the button and it's there.
Yeah, I don't know why mine doesn't usually have to think that hard, but it did today.
All right, so this picture here is taken from 19th Street. You can see on the right side, the masonry being put up. It's currently about 20 feet off the ground at the top of that wall. So that is the back wall of the lab where the receiving dock will be. That extends, kind of to the left here. Look at it in this picture. That's funny, honey.
Realized I wasn't sharing it with the world in case anybody's out there watching, they can see them too.
So this portion is kind of the back part of the lab that would be facing the loading dock. This is the necropsy area over here behind that. And then there's the incinerator room and the built-in cooler are behind that. So there's pretty substantial structure. You can see here, they're actually doing this in stages where over here has all been plumbed and prepped for the slab pour. And then this is all plumbing below grade, which has gone in. So like Williams Plumbing's doing that subcontract work and they are, they got a crew of people out there just getting after it. with excavators and the like. Here you can see a little more detail, a little closer up of the area. I believe this room right here is our necropsy photography and drug storage room. That's off the side of the necropsy suite. This window is the viewing station into necropsy that can be viewed in from the entryway right outside of a session. So it's kind of neat to see it be built, looking at floor plans. And this is just a shot of one of the ongoing traffic problems in Bozeman, which is construction, but we're having to cause it this time. This is Garfield Street, so they had it shut down this week to install I think it's the sewer tie-in and water. But that started on Monday, and it's got 19th backed up for a good stretch. So just be aware.
That's gonna be done before football season
And
starts.
we're not even
Yeah.
back in school yet, so, thankfully. So yeah, that's kind of the situation at the moment. They have, poured the footers for most of the, wool lab now and, working around to the analytical portion. So, and I'm presuming they're going to pour the slabs kind of in stages and work it from our area first, probably towards wool and then analytical. So yeah, that's the construction update. Any questions on that? Okay, now the fun part. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the third and final agenda item I have is an out-of-state travel request, or it's actually a couple of them. The first one being the annual AABLD meeting. I thought I'd go ahead and get ahead of this one. This was budgeted in our financial plan for the current year grant. So I believe the entire cost of this, which we had $13,000 approved, and this is for up to 4 people in the event that they do want to go. I believe Dr. Smith has told me that he does not intend to go, so this was kind of the worst case scenario, but I'm sure Erica and Tess will be attending, as I know they've already expressed interest in some of the breakout sessions. And I will probably attend as well. But this is in October. The 10th to the 16th is the full span of the meeting. Usually people will cut it a day or two short on either end, depending on the agenda. When it comes out, it's in Nashville, Tennessee. And as I said, this funding comes from the fiscal 24 NALM grant.
Now, 2,700 is for 750?
Per on-site attendee.
Oh, per attendee. Oh, I'm gonna say that's,
Yeah.
that includes lodging,
Lights,
airfare.
airport parking, per diem. All lodging. And then if you want to handle them all at once, I will slap another one on you here that Mike has pulled up that I actually received yesterday.
Oh, this is the one you handed out. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Just look at that.
Oh, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. So this is for, one of our, milk technicians, Gloria, who's the most recent hire in that milk lab. They are required, I believe it's every 3 years, to attend this laboratory examination of dairy products course, which is a, FDA course. Whoops, that line there shouldn't be in there. I failed to pull that out.
Yeah, non-funding will not be paid.
Non-funding will not be paying
I
for
was
this.
gonna say, by my quick calculations, there isn't enough money in
Yeah.
that 13,000 for all.
So this is in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It's September 16th to 20th. I believe it's a full week. The itinerary or the agenda has not come out at this time. But we did just get the notification and they requested people book, housing by the beginning of August, I think August 16th. The funding source would be the MBDO annual travel budget. which I believe we are annually budgeted for just under $8,000 a year. We did have ADVO funding, but I believe we have exhausted it at this time, which would have covered this. So with that said, any
New
questions?
budget cycle, correct?
No, this is still in the same budget.
Yeah,
Well,
Oh, new
okay,
fiscal
but
year.
new fiscal year,
New
that's
fiscal
what,
year.
yeah.
Yeah, now I understand what you're saying.
so we should have that whole travel budget available right now, with the fiscal ending June 30th.
Yeah, yes, that was my point.
Yes.
All right. You want to make a motion, we're either separate or both of them?
Second.
Okay. I believe the motion was to accept both travel requests from Dr. Judah. Is that correct, William?
Yes.
All right, and the second is comfortable with that. Any discussion? Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign. Motion carried. All right.
All right. Any other questions that you guys might have of me?
That's all you're gonna ask for, I suppose, money.
That's it. Got off light.
Ask for money and leave.
Eat lunch, ask for money and then.
I forgot about lunch, yeah.
It's worth the drive from Bozeman for lunch. isn't
Oh,
it?
yeah, it's a great escape.
Just be careful going back that you don't have someone that. wrong way.
Going the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's like a dozen of those in the last year and a half.
It's
Terrible. It is.
And the wrong time of the day for someone that would be inebriated, I
Yeah.
would think, but you know.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. So is any other questions? So it's gotta be fun to look out the window and see the progress. Dr. Judah and I talked to him, he alluded to that, the progress now is gonna be very visible for the next while, and then it goes into that phase where there's people going in and out, but you don't see much happening from them.
Yep.
But
It
Hopefully
should be
it'll be-
pretty interesting to see, you know, the rest of this before winter. And they are anticipating the incinerator to be delivered in November, I believe, is what they're projecting now. They did increase the size of the bay door on the incinerator room from 10 feet to 12 feet in the event that the roof is on. So it makes it a little more challenging, but they said they've done it, you know, multiple different ways at different facilities, so. Should be.
I was gonna make my question is that incinerator, if it's like a built-in, like a bathtub in a house, that's the first thing they put in when they're framing the house is a.
Yeah. And this is a big one. I think it's probably gonna be about as big as this table with the width of that end, maybe bigger. So yeah, should be exciting.
So how big is the room then? I assume you gotta have a overhead crane situation to get stuff into there.
Yeah. So they'll have to bring in a crane for the stack, basically. And if the roof's already on, lower it through, bolt it on, and then do the trim around the stack, so. And then the body of the incinerator will be dollied in through the door, I believe, is what they're anticipating. But it being as heavy as it is, it can't be an easy operation. So I think the unit weighs 50,000 plus pounds, something like that.
They don't have a way of handling stuff. It seems like ways you're running out. All right, anything for Dr. Real, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll come back with a heftier request next time.
You know, there is a way to vote no. Some of us.
There is.
Some of us used to do that in legislature.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Well, you gotta challenge them, right?
Yeah. You always ask, I like to say is no.
This is true. All right, thank you all.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
really rolling on together now, Mr. Chair.
Right ahead. Wait.
I think mine is, on the briefer side as well, so. Good afternoon, board, Tanya Szymanski, a state veterinarian, administrator of animal health food safety. I have a slew of out-of-state travel requests. Sorry about that. In the past, we had gotten in the habit of trying to make all of our requests for the entire year, kind of early on in the fiscal year. I think last year, maybe the last 2 years, we've shifted from doing kind of travel that we're aware of. So that we're giving you a little bit more concrete detail in these asks. So this is, this should get us through 2024. And then there would be some additional travel that would come up next spring. So do you want me to walk through all of them?
You might as well. yeah.
Okay, so the first one is the US Swine Health Improvement Plan. It's their annual House of Delegates meeting. The US SHIP program is modeled after the National Poultry Improvement Plan program. This is the swine industry's work to create a program that will hopefully get them back into international markets more rapidly, should we have a detection of African swine fever in particular, but foot and mouth disease as well. The program was industry driven. Sometime in the next couple of years, we expect that it will be incorporated into federal regulations and become a fully federal program like the NPIP program. Every year they have a House of Delegates meeting in Minnesota where individuals come, they bring suggested changes to the language of the program, discuss it, and then vote on those changes. Department of Livestock received a cooperative agreement that would allow us to pay for 3 individuals to attend. We plan to pay for 2 non-DOL employees out of that funding. The other delegates, and then 1 DOL employee. Dr. DeGroat would be the one traveling for this meeting. In Minnesota, our other voting delegates that we're paying for is Mr. Kleinsasser and then Dr. Thomas Wirtz. In addition, the Montana Pork Producers Council is sending 1 other voting delegate and 1 non-voting delegate to the meeting. The next one is the annual United States Animal Health Association meeting. This happens concurrent to the AABLD meeting that Greg just made travel requests for. This year's meeting is in Nashville, Tennessee. I had put 2 to 3 veterinarians on the request, not knowing how many veterinarians I would have employed. At the time of the meeting, I think we're going to be at the 3 mark. So asking for 2 veterinarians to travel to Nashville to attend that meeting. Several committee meetings, lots of industry engagement, and just an opportunity to be a part of kind of influencing where some of our disease programs and policies go. This we should be able to pay for completely out of cooperative agreement funds if we send 2 veterinarians, 1 on the animal disease traceability and then 1 on our federal umbrella.
Do you have other options listed here just in case there isn't enough?
Mr. Chair, yes, that was if we, depending on who we sent, we have the option to, I guess if we were gonna send 3, we couldn't put all of them on a cooperative agreement. And so we would potentially be hitting DSA general fund or per capita. But I think if I'm just asking for 2, and so we can do those both on cooperative agreement.
Okay, so 2 on this one. Okay.
Next is 1 veterinarian, myself, to travel to Idaho at the end of at the end of August. As the board is hopefully aware, USDA evaluates state DSA programs every 3 years. Montana was done 2 years ago. Our next review will be next summer. Idaho is up this year, trying something new. When they do like a state TB program review, they will have a state animal health official from another state attend that review. They're going to allow, or USDA is going to include a state animal health official from one of the other DSA states to attend those reviews. So it's an opportunity for us to kind of look under the hood and see what Idaho's doing, see what's working for them and what isn't working. Next year when we're reviewed, I suspect that Wyoming will come up and visit our program. So that every 6 years, we would get a chance at seeing both of the other states' programs. Payment, USDA will cover the cost of my travel to that. So the only thing that the department would have to pay for would be my salary and per diem for that time. The next one is the North American African Swine Fever Forum. This is happening in Ottawa, Canada, in September. This is something that as African swine fever has gotten closer to our shores, just kind of ongoing dialogue similar to Penwar in that the impact of African swine fever in the North American continent is going to impact all three of the countries here, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And so this is an opportunity to bring folks together from all of those different areas to kind of collaborate on what response will look like. They asked for state animal health officials to attend that meeting. They are hoping for up to 12. I said pending board approval that I would put my name in the hat. While we don't have the largest maybe swine industry in the country, we certainly have an active one and we share a pretty large border with Canada. So thought it would be prudent to be a part of that discussion. We would have to pay for that out of per capita fees, as we would not have another mechanism to fund that travel. And then the last one is one that we have asked for, oh gosh, we might be going on 5 years now of asking for this travel and not having yet successfully sent someone. This is, oh, I might have two more, excuse me. One veterinarian to foreign animal disease diagnostic training. FADD training is the specialized training that veterinarians get so that if we have a veterinarian in the state that reports suspicious clinical signs, we have somebody that's highly trained in how to get on and off that facility in a biosecure fashion, what those diseases actually look like that we're worried about, those high consequent diseases, and what samples and how to collect those samples so that we can do a timely investigation. Though that course is difficult to get into, and so when we get a new employee, Dr. Hiltdahl, we like to get their name on the list, and then whenever that training comes up, hopefully have the opportunity to send them. So just kind of asking for standing approval there. That is paid for out of cooperative agreement funds to attend that training. I expect the earliest that Dr. Hiltdahl would be able to go would be probably spring of 2025, based upon that schedule. And then the last one is a USDA field skill training course in Ames, Iowa in September. This would be for Dr. Hiltdahl to attend. This is a class that is covers livestock handling of multiple species, diagnostic sample collection. It does captive bolt training. It also provides certification to do the comparative cervical TB test. So if you have a private veterinarian that does tuberculosis testing on animals going to whatever, Canada, to exhibition in another state, and they get a suspect animal, a state or federal employee that is certified on that cervical TB test has to be the one that goes out and does the secondary test. It's of value to have as many of the regulatory veterinarians here in Montana trained on that test as possible. So this would be an opportunity for Dr. Hiltdahl to go get some good hands-on training, captive bolt training, and become comparative cervical trained, CCT trained. And that also we would be able to pay for out of cooperative agreement funding.
So by my observation, it looks like we have one that would be under the capita fees and everything else would be your cooperative agreement, USDA, other than salaries, which
Correct.
we're already budgeted.
And I prepared a table board. I wasn't sure if this would be helpful or not, but I think you've got a table at the end of my submission. I cannot find it in mine.
Red is
Yes.
what we covered.
The red is what we cover. And for the, because I only asked for two, oh, I don't know why I did that incorrectly. I apologize. It should just be, two of the USHA annual meetings should be all in black, or be in black.
Instead of two in red and one in black.
Correct, yes. So we're not sending three to or we wouldn't be sending three to USHA. So we could drop one of those lines off.
So, and I guess I have a question. There's two people could stay for $1,400 and one person for $1,400.
Mr. Chair, that's for the lodging.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, the meeting runs from the 10th through the 16th. Which is a Friday through a Wednesday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday is the portion of the agenda where there's a lot of overlap. And so I was trying to shrink the dates for some of those other attendees, that they don't need to be there for a full week.
oh, I see.
And us be sitting in the same room the entire time.
And that also leaves coverage back here in the office.
Yeah.
Not everybody. Yeah, there's always somebody back here.
So now, just so we understand the source of funding here, then, if you have two, because, does it make a difference whether it's the $1,400 lodging, or would that still be covered under, what are you covering that under cooperative or that? No, no, that would be, cooperative agreement funding. You said if there was two going, it would be covered under cooperative agreement, with that. Depend.
Yeah, I should have updated my table. Mr. Chair, the first one, the 10th through the 16th would be myself. And that should be the highest totals, and I will travel on cooperative agreement. And then the 13th through the 15th would be the other one that would attend. And they would also travel on cooperative agreement funding. So we would drop oddly enough, we would drop the one that is colored black
Okay.
off.
Yeah, well, that's fine. It just so we know that, so basically, the only cost to the department or to your budget would be the per diem for each person and the ground transportation. Is that so correct?
Per diem and just the per diem.
Okay.
And then, if you approve the North American African Swine Fever Forum.
Yeah, so that's the one that's all.
Per capita.
fees. So, what's the pleasure? Do you wanna address them all in one motion, or would you like to sort out one or all, do them individually? I'm open to,
I guess in my mind, there's really only one we're paying for, right?
yeah,
And I don't think any of them are unnecessary enough to where I'd say, no, we don't need to send anybody. By my estimations, $3,500 that it's gonna cost us for all of that travel, which I gotta commend Tony for doing a good job of getting everything paid for, cause that's pretty impressive. So I guess in my mind, I would just do them all in one, and
do I hear that as a motion?
yeah, I
Okay.
move that we approve all the travel.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Jake, second by Lily, to approve your travel requests for, the animal health. Submitted by time. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right.
Mr. Chair, I did not have this on the agenda, but I thought it would be worthwhile to take a moment and introduce Dr. Hildahl. I probably should have done that at the beginning before we talked about her traveling for us. But Dr. Heidi Hildahl started with us about 3 weeks ago. Dr. Hildahl will be a program veterinarian that will be responsible for the import office, doing a lot of the traceability work for the department. some of our different disease programs like NPIP, Yonis, rabies is currently on her plate, depending on another veterinarian coming online that may stay there or move, so.
And don't forget feral swine.
And yes, and feral swine.
If you want, would you like to set up, bring your chair up and,
Oh,
introduce yourself for the record and then give us a little background if you would.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Just said I'm Dr. Heidi Hildahl. I'm an Okie, don't hold that against me, but I've had strong ties with Montana since 1989. My sisters lived in Red Lodge. And I would spend every summer helping out with friend of the family's ranch, rounding up cattle out of the mountains, sorting them. And it was actually, I can tell you exactly, August of 2003 that a group of cowboys convinced me to go to vet school. And I did, and came right back to Montana upon graduating. And of course, then fell in love with a USDA market reporter that took me to the sale barn in Billings every single Thursday. They have great food there, I admit. I miss that. And then it was his job that took us to Arkansas. So I come to you from Arkansas, where I was the extension veterinarian, which is very different from here. So I was very much linked in with all the regulatory entities and the laboratory. Of course, I was on our feral hog eradication task force, which sounds so official. The task force makes us think we get pictures of ninjas, going out and surprising hog sounders. But so I've already been fielding some questions from feral hogs since I've been here to explain the situation here, which rest assured you do not have a feral hog problem in the state of Montana. And I will make sure it stays that way. And if you don't know, Arkansas is just absolutely just riddled with feral hogs, and we worked with Louisiana and Tennessee on how to help mitigate that problem. I've also, during that time, I was our beef quality assurance coordinator for the state of Arkansas, so very linked into that. And I also audited dairies for the food safety net services. And I was also on the board of directors for the Professional Animal Auditor Certification Organization. So I like to say it out instead of just saying Paco, because everyone thinks I'm saying taco, and then you're gonna get hangry for some Mexican food, so I will refrain from saying Paco. But again, that was another organization that trained auditors to audit dairies and feedlots. And I've also was teaching the auditors on how to audit feedlots for animal welfare. That being said, I wear a lot of hats, and from what you've heard, I'll be wearing a lot of hats here too, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I have a lot of energy and I'm very excited to be part of this team. And in the 3 weeks I've been here, Tawny and the crew have proven to me that this is very much a team. And I think that you're in good hands.
Yeah, I got to meet Dr. Hill in Billings, so it's nice to welcome you on board. So William.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Heidel, so if we get the wild pigs in, how do you call them, feral swine, what's do we have to right to eradicate them immediately, or how do we go forward with that?
But right now, it's just information finding with our squeal on pigs. People call in but there's been 3 phone calls since I've been here, which is
It's been a busy week.
I know. It's been a busy week. So it's just and with the amazing team that's been assembled in that, and what happens is the phone call comes in, we are the ones that get the call. And then we talk to that person, get all the information on all the markers to try to find where that pig was. And then we alert everyone else. It includes, fish, wildlife and parks.
Wildlife
services. If it's on tribal land, we try to everyone works together to contact who has authority there. And then it's just identifying and where it's from. And so far, every single one has been an owned pig. Now, if we do get to that point where we can't find ownership of that pig, then it will need to be destroyed. And there are, because we have it very clear in our regulations that hunting is not allowed, and I hope it stays that way, because that is how it exploded. The feral hog problems exploded in Tennessee and Texas. It just exploded, and the reason is when they're out there in the wild enough to where now you have a group, a sounder of the pigs. If you do hunt and you don't kill them all at once, then they split, and now you've made multiple sounders, and they can breed very quickly. And so what the gold standard is, if we do get to a point where someone does see a sounder, the gold standard, according from what we know from southern states that works the best, is to use a trap system, where you're training that sounder, usually with corn, to get them used to that spot, and then build the trap around the corn that they can walk in and out of the trap and feel safe. And it's very technical, with motion sensor, connect to video, usually to someone's phone, and only set the trap when you know that the entire sounder is in there, so you have every one of them. And that's what the current gold standard is.
Well, and to go along with that, William's question was, what authority do you have? It depends a little bit on the jurisdictional area.
Exactly. Like if it's on tribal land, then we have to find who has authority there. And we're still ironing out those details of how that work, that communication. I'm sure Dr. Smansky knows more about that.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, the most recent example of the report of the loose pig on the Fort Belknap Reservation was a great example. The initial post that went out on social media from Fort Belknap had the Fish, Wildlife and Parks, or Fish and Wildlife person from the tribe had said, if you see the pig, please shoot it. And that got everybody's attention off of the reservation, because we have spent literally 6 years messaging, please don't shoot them if you see them, and these are the reasons why. And so there was a lot of concern that that was the messaging. Fortunately, the animal was found and returned to its owner without kind of meeting its end. But one of the things that we've done since then is reach out to Fort Belknap to try and make contact with them, to maybe go up and have a meeting, sit down and hopefully get on the same page, so that if that happens again, we're all responding in the same fashion. I think that the Richland County report from maybe a month ago is a great example. That was one where we got a report of multiple pigs on the landscape. When they went out on the ground, they were able to find the hoof prints of the pigs. At the same time, Wildlife Services was planning to fly in that area. And so the next day, Wildlife Services flew while folks on the ground were heavily canvassing. The local landowner, Brands Enforcement, and Wildlife Services were trying to determine if there was anybody in the area that owned pigs. And we were never able to identify anyone in the area that owned pigs. And Wildlife Services had permission that if they were up in the air, found a group of pigs and felt like they could get all of them, that they were authorized to take them in that instance. So we do have the authority, or much of the state, to remove them immediately.
And I would add to Dr. Hodahl, she talked about the gold standard tracking system, but luckily through Penwar, I got exposed to some low technology tracking systems. So when you think about Montana, they work sort of like a fish trap. So the pigs come in and they can't get back out, but they can be backpacked in, without posts. They could be backpacked into an area by one person. If you're going to use posts to set it up, you really just need landmarks set up. They actually designed this for Guam, because island of Guam has so much unexploded ordnance, you can't drive any stakes into the ground because you might blow yourself up. But you can use posts with it, but one or two people can get there, deploy it, and it doesn't require connectivity. It just requires you to set it up and leave it there long enough for the smart pigs to eventually feel safe enough to go in. But then once they get in there, they can't get back out. But so there's even, you know, I'll often out hear people talk about the elaborate trapping systems and they go, well, what are you gonna do in the breaks? What are you gonna do in areas that have no cell phone connectivity? Well, there's options for that too. Because that's the other problem we have. We have rough country. That's some of these traps. It's not the breaks would be an example of a place where you just don't have great places maybe to truck in panels and stuff like that set up, but we do have other options that work for those types of locations.
But I think the advantage that we have is the fact that we don't have water everywhere. And pigs, especially when it's 100 degrees, they have to
They're gonna
have
be near a
water,
water
a fair
source.
amount of it. And so that's gonna be an advantage if we ever run into a situation where we have them cage with.
So I was just curious with the Fort Belknap situation, has there been discussions with some of the other tribes and what kind of cooperation have they agreed to, or do we think we're gonna get out of that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fettis, our primary contact for the tribes in regards to discussions about feral swine has been through the Montana Invasive Species. And so it has been those tribes that have representation on the council, which historically has been CSKT. They are supportive of not having feral swine. The Blackfeet Reservation, they are supportive of not. Rocky Boy, Fort Belknap and Fort Peck are, all of them have historically been in agreement. We maybe have not all come into a really tight agreement on what that looks like as far as the eradication, but they do not want them. I think historically the Crow Reservation and Northern Cheyenne have not had representation on the Miss Council, so they would be ones that are probably deficient on having contact with.
But if it's a movement of pigs, natural movement of feral swine, the Crow and the Cheyenne would be a
Low
long
on
way
the-
from.
yeah.
If it's a movement on purpose, an introduction, then anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah.
The introduction thing, what was the biggest thing about not being able to hunt them was that introduction side.
Yes.
Because boy, that's how they got moved so fast. And it was kind of a battle because there's a whole bunch of sportsmen thought, wow, this would be just fun.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, exactly to that point, I had a phone call today, or not today, this week, from somebody that had seen the recent news report about the Fort Belknap pig. They were from Texas and have spent a lot of time up here, and they were offering their services to hunt for us and talking about all of the hunting that they do in Texas. And it's very much there are a lot of people that want the opportunity to be able to hunt pigs. Interestingly enough, at the recent Penwar meeting, they had a economist from Wildlife Services there that was presenting about some of the work that Wildlife Services has done to determine what the impact would be of African swine fever in wild pig populations as far as international trade. But over the course of the conversation, we came to a point where we were talking about the work that Wildlife Services has done on the economic impact of swine on the local landscape. So damage to crops, damage to waterways, predation, disease spread, all of those things versus the revenue that hunting generates. If you're like in Texas, and they aren't even close, the damage far outweighs any revenue that you can bring in from having that hunting presence. So I'm going to get more information from her, and I think that'll be a good talking point for us here in Montana.
All right, do you have anything else? Dr. Szymanski, or?
I've got two other updates for the board.
Thank you, welcome.
Thanks. The next one is just a animal disease traceability update. I thought it would be worthwhile to update the board on this topic. As everyone has seen, USDA finalized the rule on mandatory electronic identification of animals. That will take effect, I believe, November 5th, so that starting on November 6th, anything that is required to be officially identified will have to have an electronic tag in its ear. If it has a metal tag on November 6th, that tag is good for the life of the animal or until it falls out. One of the interesting things about that is it is communicated largely in regards to animal disease traceability. When we think about animal disease traceability, we think about animals that are moving across state lines. The impact of this regulation in Montana is going to go far beyond that. When you TB test an animal, when you brucellosis test an animal, when you officially CAFID vaccinate an animal for brucellosis, all of those things require official identification. And so all of those animals going forward are going to have electronic tags placed in their ear. In Montana, historically, we have gotten about 270,000 free tags from the federal government for distribution within our state. We have easily gone through all of those tags every year. Overwhelmingly, those go into heifers at the time that they're brucellosis vaccinated. Just as we experienced a belt tightening with our cooperative agreements, the federal government has also seen some belt tightening. And so for the current year that we're in, fiscal year 24, we have received trying to do quick math here, 169,000 tags. That's our entire allocation for the year. So 100,000 fewer than last year. And we have already distributed 50,000 of those. When I say we, I mean our counterparts at USDA. So we have about 121,000 tags left, and we already have requests from veterinarians for 127,000 tags. There has been a lot of concern from some of our veterinary community about the volume of tags in particular that they use at livestock markets. They put a lot of silver tags in cows that are moving through livestock markets. And next year when that happens, they're going to have to put a lot of RFID tags in their ear, and they are not all going to be free. Several groups, I think, are putting pressure on USDA to try and increase the number of free tags that are available. USDA's volume of free tags that they are providing to states is really intended to cover animals that are moving across state lines and not animals within the state that are, even though they're required to be identified because of a brucellosis test, it's not a USDA requirement that's making them be brucellosis tested. It's a state requirement. So I think there's going to be a little bit of growing pains. We've been in conversation, Dr. Scott Butel, she's with USDA, and myself, about how to maybe more efficiently allocate those tags that we have to make sure that they're getting to maybe the best populations to take advantage of those, and then ways that we could potentially buy some tags with some of our state funding to, in particular, for our DSA cattle.
So what's the cost of those tags, and who would bear the cost, I guess? Eventually, if you've used up everything you've had, so there's more demand than what supply you've had in the past, so what is the demand? And so I guess.
Mr. Chair, I think I understand the ask. All of the no-cost tags that we've received here in Montana get distributed to our veterinary community, and then they apply them to their clients' cattle. At the point that we have no additional no-cost tags to send to veterinarians are going to have to purchase those tags. And in reality, we know that they're going to pass the cost on to the producer. So the veterinarian will be buying them, the producer will be paying for them. Unfortunately, if we were to purchase them here at the Department of Livestock, we would try and use some of our federal ADT money to purchase them, and then we may additionally use some of our general fund that's designated for the DSA.
So what, do you have any idea what's the cost?
The individual.
Oh, the individual cost. Mr. Chair, we have not purchased tags in a couple of years here, but I think I would say maybe the $1.80 to $2.20 per tag would be my rough estimate at our cost based upon the volume that we would purchase.
And it was interesting when we were at ILIA, because one of the speakers that came was Colin Woodall, the director of National Cattlemen's Beef Association. Toddy and I got a chance to bend his ear and arm quite a bit on break because we were talking about, and we had one of our market or representative of one of our market veterinarians there who could add color to what we were trying to say, which is, you know, he was actually had bragged about some things they had done in DC about getting some money pigeonholed into the USDA budget for tags, and was sort of expressing that, you know, don't worry about it, you got it covered. And many states are reporting that they have more tags than they need. But then we had it, and he was kind of surprised to get Montana's very different story, which because we use them for brucellosis, we're a high level brucellosis vaccination state as we should be. We use a lot of official ID. Many of our markets receive cattle from out of state and they're tagged on arrival at the market. So we use a lot of official ID, not even for us going out of state, stuff coming in our state. Our veterinarians are using their tags and our markets are using their tags to tag those cattle. And it was kind of interesting. We was like, yeah, we blow through tags and we're getting cut back. So we, at least with that, person who might have some influence, we left him with the impression of our national organizations have some more work to do back in DC. Because it will be an issue because the cost has to get passed on somewhere. And markets is where a lot of this is happening. So markets would, somebody's got to pass that cost on to somebody. And at the end of the day, folks sitting around this table are the last people that cost, you don't have anywhere else to pass it back to. So,
well, and the equalization, I mean, if you've got 156, 170,000, whatever. the number of
170,000.
tags that you're gonna distribute free. So, the first in line, and then the rest of the people want tags have to pay for theirs, so that's gonna go over pretty well.
And Mr. Chair, to USDA's credit, Yvette Lydorf, who does all of the tag allocation, when we started this program years ago, we have not let one veterinarian come in and say, I would like 150,000 tags, and then, and then by the seventh veterinarian, we're out of tags. She looks at historical tag use by veterinarians, and they get kind of a percentage of what they've historically used of silver tags to try and get tags distributed as broadly as we can so that everybody gets a little piece of the pie. So far this year, of those 50,000 tags that have been distributed, they have gone to 50 different veterinary clinics.
So I have a whole box of silver tags that I got from you last year. So they won't be good till November,
Till November 6th, yes.
but I have electronic ones, extra ones when you did all my DSA stuff. So I can just use those
You can use those, correct.
till we run out.
So you're one of the hoarders.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Well, how many times have we tested?
You know what, because you've never been a tracer, this is a good thing.
I don't want those tags.
That big circle on a map, I wasn't, probably, I was within that circle. So they tested them all.
Two things, I think Mike's exactly right. I think if we can apply some pressure to some of the national organizations and show them that we are short of tags and there are other states that are long in tags, we could potentially get a pretty good response there and maybe get some more. I think another thing we need to do as a department, because I have answered more questions about this item in the last 3 months than anything else. I think we need to put out some good communication about what animals need tags. Because it's sexually intact.
Yes, yep.
So steers, spayed heifers do not need these tags. And most producers don't understand that. They think every animal has to have this tag.
Well, you hear that and then the brain goes, oh, yeah, they just all of a sudden say, oh
So,
my
yeah,
gosh.
so I think as a department, we need to do some
Yeah,
communication.
the
out there.
easiest way to explain it, which for whatever reason we don't tend to explain that way, is that the rule didn't change
Mhm.
what needed to be tagged. Everything that needed to be tagged before needs to be tagged now. Same thing.
Yep.
The only thing that changed it was the type of tag that had to
Can't
be
use
applied.
a silver tag.
And only for cattle and domestic bison, so you can
Right.
still use visual tags in pigs,
Yeah.
in sheep and goats.
Yeah.
It is just our cattle
But
population.
if you had a requirement to put official ID in before, it's the same stuff now. None of that changed, but it is, you're right. Everybody thinks that they're tagging everything, every calf, everything that's out there.
And so I just think some good communication.
Yeah.
It'd be an easy way to maybe get ahead of this, cause we're already behind, cause I have
But
had
then I have to
so many
explain to
calls
somebody
about it.
anyway, cause they don't pay any attention.
Oh,
At the shipping.
William, I think you asked the lady, so you have a, don't you have?
You have to be great
So,
for force.
yeah, go ahead and ask. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask Dr. Semansky or Jay before you leave?
No, she covered pretty much everything.
Okay.
Okay.
And we approved travel for William. He gets to go to Minnesota.
Go to Minnesota. Yeah, exciting.
We expect a detailed report.
I'm flying there tomorrow again, so. Looking at the board stuff tomorrow, there's.
All
Excellent.
right, well, thank you, William.
Thanks, William.
Travel safe.
So if you just one request, if you set a date for a meeting, Tuesdays don't work for me very well. So.
Tuesdays don't work, all right. We will keep that in mind.
Drive safe.
All right.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, last item was just a brief HPAI update. I don't have a lot new to talk about, but certainly, Ms. Anderson, if there's any questions on the heels of your email, I'm happy to address those. Current status is 13 affected states. Realistic, we could probably drop a couple of those states off as not having active infections in their dairy industry right now. 172 total prems where there have been detections. Colorado seems to be the hot spot right now. They have 50+ dairies. Colorado also has racked up the tally of affected humans. They have affected dairies, and then they also have affected poultry facilities that are in proximity to those dairies. The whole genome sequencing of the isolates from the poultry operations shows that it was transmission from dairy cattle back into poultry. Interestingly enough, so all of the human infections have been in individuals that were helping respond to the positive poultry operations. Consistent with past reports, it's been people that have had conjunctivitis, very mild respiratory signs. Anecdotally from the Colorado State veterinarian, she said, we think we're actually also seeing this on the dairies. It seems like before the dairy cattle are showing any clinical signs, about 2 weeks prior, they'll get a little bit of conjunctivitis that'll roll through their workers. And then 2 weeks later, the cows break. And so they think it actually might, it's circulating on the dairy. It's taking a little bit longer to exhibit signs in cattle, but the people are picking it up from the environment a little bit earlier on. So anecdotal, don't hang your hat on that, but those uptick in human cases is getting everybody's attention, kind of continuing to put a lot of pressure from the public health side of things. Discussion in the last week has been about a national surveillance program that would be a double-blinded study where they would collect milk samples from all processing facilities that receive grade A milk. In Montana, we would have 3, some states have upwards of 300. This is a program that is already in place. They call it silo sampling, where inspectors are at these facilities once a month and they'll collect a sample for like antibiotic surveillance or for PFAS. And so they can use a program that's already in place. They would go in, collect samples. Like I said, it would be double blinded. So we would just get like a national prevalence of HPAI in our essentially bulk tanks across the country. There would be no geographic information. So if Montana had positives, there would be no way to parse out from that national data that it was in fact Montana dairies that were infected. I suspect that if that national surveillance program goes into place and it comes back with a really high rate of positivity or high prevalence in our dairy industry, we're going to see really tremendous pressure from public health agencies and potentially even the White House to do more aggressive on-farm sampling to try and get our hands around this, because of that concern that if we leave this virus on the landscape long enough, the ability for it to move from cattle to people or from poultry to people is going to increase.
Well, isn't the theory longer would be infected in a say, human or mammal, that likelihood of increased
Yep,
virulence
exactly.
and associated problems.
Yes, yep.
And then the other question I have, I read somewhere that, you know, the pros and cons of a vaccine, and it seemed like the cons, at least the articles I read, were way higher than the pros.
Mr. Chair, based upon all of the national conversations, I don't expect that we will be using vaccination here in the United States. Even if we tried to do it in a very limited capacity, almost all of our trading partners would close down trade with them, because we've leveled that option, for our trading partners. For the poultry industry, it doesn't prevent disease. It may reduce the severity of it, but you still have to depopulate those birds. So you're not gaining a lot on the poultry side of things. I think if there was an opportunity to utilize the vaccine on the cattle side of things to help build kind of herd immunity and get the virus off the landscape, that might be the only place for conversation. But I think the time for us to get to a product that we could use in cattle is so long, like we need to get our hands around it before then.
The other question I read, or maybe it was talking to somebody down there and knowing, but that this suspected transmission in the poultry farms in Colorado was from humans, but I think I heard that was humans that were working both dairies and
Yeah, that was my question too, I guess.
dairies and poultry facilities.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Anderson, I can't answer that specifically about Colorado. I know that in Minnesota, Michigan, and Iowa that have gone before, we are either moving this virus around the landscape by moving livestock, by moving cows, or by moving people or equipment. And one of the things that they find is that, yes, there's individuals that work on both facilities, or maybe it's not one individual that works on both facilities, but one individual in a household works on a dairy and another individual in that household works in a poultry barn. And so we're the fomite right now as far as moving the virus around the landscape.
Jake.
So a couple of meetings ago, we were talking about this and I just asked about the beef side of it. If there could be potentially this going on in beef and we wouldn't see it because we don't monitor beef cattle, we don't monitor the milk, we don't monitor feed intake all summer long. So is this something when we get to fall, seeing what it does in the dairy industry, when we get to the fall, if we see a herd of beef cattle when we're shipping calves, that has a bunch of calves that are 150 pounds lighter than what it should be, or the rest of the contemporaries. Is this something we need to think about testing some beef cattle for and see if it's in the beef population? Because there's nothing, we've talked about second or third milking dairy cows that are in the, you know, and we have those cattle out there and we have a flyway here where we could be getting cattle feed covered in waterfowl poop that has the virus. I mean, is this a concern where we need to think about it, you know, looking at it in the beef industry too?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Pettis, I wish I had the perfect answer for this question. This is probably the hardest question I think that's on the landscape right now. Dairy cattle and beef cattle are different breeds, but they are not different species. And so to think that this virus couldn't infect dairy or beef cattle, I can't provide a logical reason why. I know that the primary impact to dairy cattle is when that virus sets up in the udder of those animals. The udder of a lactating dairy cow is very different than the udder of a lactating beef cow. And so even if we are having infections in beef cattle, it probably is not the severity, it's probably not the viral load. And generally speaking, that's the time that we as people are handling those animals the least.
Yep.
And so if there was somebody interested in doing some testing, absolutely, we would be open to it. We have tried to limit our testing of beef cattle for HPAI to symptomatic animals that we think are kind of match the symptoms that we've seen in dairy cattle. So,
So the answer there is there have been some beef herds surveilled.
yes,
You may have seen Weld County, Colorado, was probably the most recent one where there was an incident. So far to this point, and anywhere where testing has occurred, there's not been a positive detection in beef cattle. But I think to what you're saying is those are the types of symptoms people recognize, right? They recognize that they've kicked off calves, milk looks strange, the milk production's way down. And I would say a lot of producers have, and their veterinarians have said, well, let's do a test here. So there has been not anywhere near on the scale of what's going on in dairy, but there have been beef herds tested, and so far, even with symptoms that had people worried, we didn't get positive results.
So my question, Mr. Chairman. Concentration and the way they handle, and a lot of the, I'm assuming a lot of the larger dairies are where you're gonna find it, because you have a lot more concentration animals. And the poultry is definitely concentrations in there in the barns and, you know, where a lot of them, we have range cattle, I mean, they're scattered all over.
Yeah.
And so you're not getting concentrated, only place they ever come to is the same as at the water tank, basically. So I can see, to me, and that's part of the prevention, is you have them scattered or they're spread out on the landscape.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, I would agree. I think that, like I said, I just think that beef cattle couldn't be infected. I think we would be, it would be an error to think like that, but I think the risk of that infection to other cattle, to the people that work in those environments because of that exact factor. And it's a good time of year, right? They're also spread out on range, and we've got an abundance of heat. We've got an abundance of sunshine, and those are both conditions in which
Just a little bit.
the virus doesn't survive well.
Lily.
Yeah, I think just a follow-up to my email, because there is just like industry concern on like Montana doing bulk tank testing and what that would look like for milk marketing. I know you talked to Lindsay about like the confidentiality of test results if we were to do bulk tank testing and what it would look like for milk movement. I know you wrote back that like on certain cases, they've still been able to move eggs and milk or something like that. I'm not.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Anderson, thank you. So, I'm gonna answer it in two parts, if you will. One is we expect that in sometime in the next week or so, there will be a letter coming out that will say that, from the FDA, that will say that milk from affected dairies that is going to processing for pasteurization and then human consumption will continue to be allowed to move their products. So there should be no stop on those products. As far as keeping producer information confidential, I think our conversations have been that if the sampling happens on farm, when that milk is still under the control of the owner of the animals, then it is a test to show the status of that. It's a test of the livestock. Whereas once that milk has left or changed ownership, and if it's tested at a processing facility, I don't know that our livestock confidentiality laws would still apply in that instance.
There's no way to identify, it's all about things.
Yeah, if it's in a big bulk tank at the process.
It would be any of the contributing,
Yeah, it would be any farm in there. So.
Yeah.
So then, you have the wrong.
Yeah, what are we?
I
gonna do
tried
with
for
that?
4 sessions, you know that. Feeling for 4.
Yeah, so we are fortunate that we have been able to have dialogue. I think it's Raw Milk of Montana. To be able to have some dialogue with them about this as far as I have made my statement that I believe that you should not consume raw milk from sick animals. And so the messaging has been, please monitor for these symptoms and consider testing animals because of the human health concern. The other thing is just working, again, that we talked about, being milking that animal, being in the environment where there's contamination may pose a human health risk. They have been they've been really good to work with and have a dialogue, and information that I've provided to them has been put on that Raw Milk of Montana website and kind of shared with their partners. So yes.
Chris.
Is there a point where HPAI in milk could come to a level where it's enough of a human health risk that you could force raw milk dairies to test for it?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fettis, I do not believe so, and I think that, unless we wanted to take some action within the state of Montana to leverage that, nothing that comes down from the federal level that would require testing is going to touch raw milk producers, because raw milk is not eligible to go across state lines, and so it never hits the same triggers that grade A milk does.
Not eligible to go across state lines.
Yeah, sorry.
There is a difference.
So we are trying to do the messaging. I thought that messaging the equine industry in Montana was challenging. Getting messaging out to our dairy industry is actually a little bit more challenging than I would have ever expected. We've not had an animal health event kind of in my tenure where we were just trying to really target the dairy industry in Montana. So that has been a challenge. I was extremely pleased to make Callie's acquaintance this morning. So hopefully we can continue to build those contacts so that we can get messaging out.
Well, and it's real fortunate that she's here, hearing the conversation totally, not secondhand or third hand
Yeah.
or whatever. So that she understands our concerns and position. So,
Yeah, and you may have said that when Gene was showing me something, so if you did, I apologize, but, on the raw milk side, there's silver linings to every cloud, but the advocacy and work that was done over several sessions as raw milk came up time after time allowed us to actually develop a working relationship with some people in that industry. And I do want to say, because I think it's worth saying, that we've reached out to those people that we have contacts for, that we may have been on the opposite side of issues at one point in the past. And so far, those folks have been willing to share communication. So we've been, as I got asked, and I say that because publicly I did get asked that question during a Section C interim budget committee meeting by Senator Janet Ellis about, well, the raw milk people, now that that's legal, I'm reading about this high path avian influenza. And as I said, because we don't have a requirement for licensure, it's not like I have a list of licensees to go to, but we had built the relationships that we were able to use through the websites, Craigslist, the different channels that they communicate through and that product gets sold through, to get word out there to those producers that, hey, watch your herds really closely. And because we know there's still some negativity. And if you see something, don't be afraid to come to the Department of Livestock. We need you if you see something to come forward, because we need to. And so we've at least been able to get some communication out there to that world. And I view that as a positive, that while we were on the opposite side of that group many, many times, we at least built relationships that we can reach back out and use when we need to in a positive way.
all right,
That's all I have, Board.
well, thank you.
Thank you.
It would be from a benign travel request to a very stimulating conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so, let's take a.
We got plenty of time.
Yeah.
How we're ahead of schedule.
Wouldn't hurt to end an hour ahead either.
No. So,
Novel theory, right?
is 10 minutes enough time for
Yeah.
everyone?
Yeah.
All right, so at 10:02, well, actually, I'll give us 11 or 12 minutes. All right, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. And our next order of business is bans enforcement. Jay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dave Bodnar, Brands Division Administrator. I was just going to start off this afternoon with a quick update on our ILIA conference, the International Livestock Identification Association Conference. So just as a reminder, this conference is an organization of member states. It includes not only the United States, but provinces in Canada, New England, and then also the Native American tribal nations too.
Mexico. Didn't Is Metco part of it?
One person there, I think.
Yeah, I think yep, you are correct, yep. And so this is basically where, livestock identification, have legislation that backs livestock identification. So that's the basis of the organization itself. So, currently, the president is Sean Davis. He's out of Mexico, and the president-elect is our own Ty Thomas, who our assistant administrator in the brands division. So been a member for a long time and moving up the chain. So we're excited to see him take the helm next year. So the conference was in Billings. It was a good landing spot, I think, for us, just for a location easy to get in and out of. That was on the 14th through the 17th. We approximately had about 150 attendees. We thought it was going to be a little bigger than that, just from last year. That looked like there was going to be a lot of interest of folks coming to Montana. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, budgets had some influence about, instead of sending 4 or 5 individuals, it was down to 1 or 2. So we're about 150 attendees that attended. So we were the host state. We did focus a lot on Montana, and typically I think that's what some of the host states do, something that's a little bit different that other states don't, maybe, or provinces don't necessarily face. So we wanted to highlight what Montana was doing. So we had our lieutenant governor open up the conference. So it was great to have Lieutenant Governor Kristen Juris there welcome our attendees. The chairman had an opportunity also to address the attendees, did a great job. Thank you very much. Mr. Honeycutt, and then also our state veterinarian, Tanya Smansky. She did a great job of doing a lot of the work that we're doing, and then also highlighted some of the work between brands and animal health and gave some good case studies of how those R2 divisions interact together to really do a lot of work on the identification side of things. So in addition to that, we had Becky Wade from our compliance team. She gave a demonstration on our ServiceNow electronic inspection program and did a nice job there. And
She did really well.
Yeah, she really did a nice job. So similar to what she provided to the board early on, she gave a little bit more detailed presentation to the attendees there and kind of highlighted what we did. I did actually see a little bit of some other states kind of interacted with us after the conference about their programs. There was a lot of similarities in those programs about how we pull brands and pull that information. So I think what we have is fairly comparable to what some of the other states have too, that are moving in that direction with electronic inspections.
I just have to say, because Jake's here, Wyoming wasn't there, so we didn't have Wyoming Cadillacs.
I just know it works well.
The last speaker that we did from the brands division is Kelly Goins, who was on a brand recorder panel too. So there was probably about 5 different individuals up there, and they had a set line of questioning that they provided to the brand recorders, and then it took questions from the panel or from the attendees too. So we had a broad presentation there, and it really went well for, I think, from the Montana perspective. In addition to that, we also did have some industry speakers. So Rayleigh Honeycutt with Montana Stockbroker Association, who were a major sponsor and helped us her and her team helped put this conference together. She got to address the attendees. Mr. Colin Woodall from NCBA did a nice job also of presenting, and he talked a little bit about industry topics and then also weaved in traceability with that too. So, which was an important topic for this organization. In addition to that, we had from USDA, the Animal Disease Traceability Program lead, Dr. Alex Turner. And I think Dr. Smansky had a good chance to visit with him specifically about the tag issue that you just discussed with electronic tags. And hopefully maybe made some headway there. We also had Leo Barthemus. He is a rancher from Malta. I don't know if everybody might know him. He has been doing a virtual fence project for a number of years. And so He kind of highlighted from a rancher industry perspective, his successes and what he's seeing from electronic or from the virtual fence, which is just emerging technology. They seem to be getting better and smaller and more efficient in that technology, which I think leads to, a lot of possibilities when it comes to, virtual fence versus maybe not as an exterior fence, but certainly from a livestock management standpoint. So, and then one of the highlights I thought was from Bovine 406 Bovine. They did a facial recognition, and that was Forrest Roberts. He's a past CEO of NCBA and does a lot of different things at this point, but is on the board for this this new company. And he basically highlighted where they can do a 3-second video of an animal, basically take from kind of the brow above their eyes to just above their nose, 3-second video of that. And they're at a 99% identification rate on these animals. And
basically the speed of commerce coming down an alley after they have the initial, is that correct?
yeah, yep, that's correct. So they're getting faster. Basically, they're taking the approach of that we don't know everything about all the different emerging technologies. So we're basically an open source type of company. So if somebody has new emerging technology, they can try to adapt that into this technology and utilize their system. And so it would be constantly improving as people were to become more innovative and develop new technologies. So, one of the questions I think that was asked is, so if you scan that animal as a young animal, and if you go down the road 2 or 3 years, can you still identify that? Now, the technology's been out for, I believe, 3 years, so they can at least do it within a 3-year window, because that's as far as their technology goes out. But
And the reasoning was, it's from the muzzle to basically the eyebrow area, and that part of the facial skull doesn't change as much with growth apparently as when you get the ears in. Of course, the ears are gonna grow bigger and lots of different things, but that was, from what I understood, that was the strong point of that identification, because without that, it seems kind of useless if you have to rescan that animal every year or two in order to have it be a valid identification. That defeats the purpose of it.
yeah, they also, so as you rescan that animal, so if you do want to rescan that animal multiple times, the system learns more, so it adapts better, so it picks up that animal even quicker, and then you can share that information. So if you were to sell that animal to someone else, you can share as much of that information or as little of that information as you would like to. So it had those capabilities also. So it was a very interesting topic and something that's, I think, emerging very quickly. And the success rates statistics that he threw out were, pretty well off the charts. So it was pretty interesting to see where that may lead us into the future. I think we had, I think overall it was a very successful conference. We had really good feedback on it. People liked the location. I think, if you were to do it again, what would you do better? I think, there's a few more speakers that I think we could have add to the robustness and of the conference. But overall, I think it was really, there's certainly some advantages from us being able to talk with those speakers, us being able to participants be able to talk with adjoining states, so you get to learn people better. Because there is a lot of communication in the identification world when animals are coming into your state, and you have questions where you can call that individual, say, from either North Dakota, South Dakota, for us, Wyoming. And, those communications work much, much more effective when you get a chance to sit down across the table from these folks. So I think all in all, very successful. And if you have any other follow-up, Gene or Mike, that you guys would like to.
A couple of observations. This is the second time I've been able to attend. I went when it was in Calgary several years ago, only because I have a passport and Ty needed another voting delegate, so I had to go fill a slot, but that was a great meeting, and this was the second time I hadn't been in several years. And it's sort of, it's eye-opening when you start thinking about comparison to other states. I actually came away feeling much better about the work that we do. I mean, we had a lot of staff there because it was being in Montana, our folks were sharp, professional, everybody who was there represented us well. But, you know, the brand reporter panel, when, you know, Texas was talking about the county, brands are done at the county level. There's 254 counties, and you register your brand with the county clerk. And so your brand that you have, there could be 253 of that exact same brand, exact same location all around the state of Texas. I was like, and the fact that, you know, then Cali talks and it's not the only state I think that has more brands reported because of that system than us is Texas. And we have a very robust conflict check process, and we still have 50,000 brands, which is more than most every other state that was out there. And so it gives you a little bit of perspective about, you know, the meaning behind our brands, right? I mean, you know, that makes you feel good about, you know, what we're doing to protect producers and that they really are meaningful identification and can be used in that way. You know, I was talking, one of the examples I was sitting one evening talking to one of our colleagues from Nevada, and he was asking about our operation, and I said, you know, we got a big state, we got a lot to do. And I was kind of complaining that when you put the bison guys and the supervisors in, you know, we only have 21 sworn officers to cover a state like Montana. And he looks at me and he goes, we only have 5 positions and only 3 of them we've been allowed to fill, covering the entire state of Nevada. And I go, well, maybe we do have a better, more robust program. Maybe my attitude should change, that it's not what we're lacking. It's that, wow, we're really lucky to have what we have. And when you started talking to other states about their regulations, many states, now New Mexico, I found is probably the state that's most similar to us regulatory wise. But most states have done away with county line inspection. They don't have any of that tracking. They don't have any of that tracing. They're only dealing with out-of-state movements, market sales. You know, the fact that we have still, I know we lost one recently, but we got 12 commission companies. Again, talking to our colleague from Nevada, he's like, yeah, we really only have 1 stockyard in the whole state. Right, that of the type we have. And we got 12, and we got staff at all 12. So I just, you know, I just kind of came away feeling really good about the regulations we have and how it serves producers. Felt really good about our staff and the job they do, and the resources we have to get our job done. It sort of put me more in an abundance mindset, a glad mindset than, oh, maybe I shouldn't be negative about what we don't have. We really got some good things going in Montana, and have a very robust program and have really good people running that program.
That's what I talked about a little bit about how unique Montana is and how we got started with this department. After listening to a panel discussion last year down in New Mexico, and how diverse every state is. And the only state that is even close to what I think is our strength is Washington, where they have animal health and brands. And I think they're very similar to us, having everything under one roof, basically. And most states, I mean, in Texas Southwest Cattle Raisers Association is the brand enforcement. North Dakota is North Dakota Stockmen's Association. They're the brand enforcement division.
Well, in Idaho, they moved their program out of their Department of Agriculture. It's now under their Highway Patrol. That's who manages their branch program now, is their state police.
Yeah, and very few of them have the animal health part of it integrated into this. So I just equated it like our TB outbreak, how we were able to have brands people and animal health people there, and we were able to find out the movement of those cattle and, you know, associated herds and everything so quickly. I just think about, you know, like in Texas, how would you ever even, I don't I don't think they could get a handle on something like that in. I don't know how long it would take, so, anyway, it was good. Thank
So
you.
Gene's gotten to go twice now, so some other board members need to go to this
Yeah.
meeting next year, get that
Where is it?
experience.
Scotts Bluff.
Yeah.
Nebraska.
I'll go the next year.
But it is on the tail end of this, does hit the front end of Cheyenne Frontier Days, which is 100 miles away, so.
Enticing.
You make a family trip out of it and maybe if you were to go out.
Nashville sound of things.
I know, that sounded nice.
Oh, it was good, and I have some guys from Texas that are gonna come up but I had some photos that I put up on the screen while I was talking, so they didn't have to listen to me, or more of them, they were more interested in the photos, of the park and.
If everybody comes to see Gene that he invited, he and Cheryl will have company for the next 3 years.
Sorry, Cheryl.
She's lived with him for over 50 years, she knows.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was a real pleasure to be able to host that. I'm glad we don't have to host it every year,
Yeah.
but certainly
Oh,
it was.
and we'd be remiss, Ellie's back there, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank the title sponsor, Montana Stock Growers. The biggest thing they did, because as you know, they run meetings all the time, is that they had, their intern and 2 of their staff people there running the AV, doing the registration table, dealing with the hotel and the meal setups, and that's worth more than money, just having that help with people who knew what they were doing. And since we're at the Northern, they have a lot of experience with that hotel. Honestly, I think we'd have been, me, Jay, and Ty would have been really lost
Yes.
without their help. So
Very
we
much
can't
so.
say enough about that.
No.
Because that's a big commitment, because they were there for several days and assigned to do
Yeah.
that on
They
our
were
behalf.
there on duty all the time. That's why I say I had photos. I gave Kenny a zip drive with some photos on it. And they were projected on the screen. So.
Yeah, played a very critical role and drug him in on the weekend before, because that's actually started on Sunday as we had some pre-function events for people to kind of have some fun and did a tremendous job for us. We couldn't have pulled off the
They set up
convention without.
buses, they did all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
And get people around to different places. So,
the details are endless in these kind of events, and yeah, the team pulled it off tremendously well. So, and we did have a number of other sponsors that really did help make that a very successful event, so.
Just a quick question. How expensive is a recognition software or system?
Oh, the facial recognition,
Yeah.
did he mention a cost?
I don't, it was really reasonable, but it was like a monthly subscription
Okay.
is how that they were operating that. And it was, it was very cost effective for any kind of producer. You didn't have to be, a large producer to be able to utilize their technology.
So I think.
And it was all
Website.
the scans were off a phone, so just off your phone.
But
So
did
you
he
would-
talk about like hardware and software and stuff like that? That's fine, because usually that's where the cost is.
Yeah, it was all a cloud-based program, so really.
My mind goes to Padlock Ranch, if they facial recognition, everything, you put one of those in every stockyard in the country, their cow comes running up. That's one of ours. Where'd
We
you get it?
solved the mystery.
There you go.
I just clicked on. Mars Ranch lost a bunch too.
Okay.
We did.
Mars Ranch. just
No,
went down
okay.
to-
Anyways, that just
Bowls
popped in
or-
my head.
Bowls?
So the technology they were really utilizing were in a squeeze shoot, so, and so where they could get at least that quick 3-second video, so. Running down an alleyway, I don't know they're quite that quick at this point yet,
In 5 years,
but,
they'll have it down to split second. Anyways, just, yeah, onward.
Yeah.
and with the technology and advancement, and I don't even know if it'll take that long. The improvements I've seen.
What do you just think about, I visualize a camera on the bill of the hat or something, so when the, whoever's doing it, scanning, is looking at the animal, that camera is taking the scan, and then it downloaded. I mean, your phone, to me, that's a little bit cumbersome, but if you have that camera mounted where you're, so it's kind of where you're looking.
Glass is instant.
Yeah. Or
Whereas
something.
you're saying this in public meeting, you should patent that for some.
I would imagine GoPro probably is already working on a deal with them so that they can utilize that technology to
Yeah.
All right.
advance that system.
So, any other questions on that conference then? Jay?
Okay, just moving on, I wanted to put this on your radar. This is an ARM rule. This is, deals with, grazing permits, county grazing permits. We, this came up, end of May, 1st of June, we started having a discussion among our district investigators about a little bit of confusion about what requirements there are for adjoining grazing permits versus the deeded grazing permits, where you could travel multiple counties away, and as long as you were on that deeded land to get a grazing permit there. So there were some confusion about, actually, I should provide this to you. All I should have done that at the break. So this is the statute.
And I'm trying to remember, it's recent, what year, Alan may actually remember.
Well, we did,
What year?
2017.
we did, well, originally it was back in 77, but we did some adjustments in 18 and 17.
17.
Yeah, the one where you could move, because it used to be just Jordan County, but moving
Right.
deeded ground to ground is still a relatively new thing.
Yeah, 17 was,
At least in our history.
so on the statute, so this is 81.3.211, and these are some of the changes that were being made. So in E, it provides a little bit of background on what the grazing permit is, and then it has A, into adjoining county, or B, across multiple county lines. And then it has a little I, double little I, and triple little I, and there was some confusion about whether those apply to just the county, the multiple county line, the deeded one, or if they apply to both the adjoining and the multiple. And so there was some confusion. We actually drug in Miss Simon for that, for her legal advice, and she said no, that those double little I and triple little I apply to both of those grazing permits, so the adjoining and the multiple county lines. And it really got down to the real concern was, do all these animals need to be branded or not? Because there are some exclusions with the new statute that allowed for, they don't have to be branded if they're virgin breeding females or nursing calves. And so that's where the confusion lied. And so when you read the statute, that does conflict with the rule. And that rule is the very last page of your book.
Because it did not include.
The rule didn't have the cap.
Right. So then adjoining county versus the deeded, the adjoining, does not have that animal doesn't have to be branded. So we either need to change the statute or the rule, our recommendation would be to change the rule to reflect what the statute says. And I did provide, once again, a proposal. We would actually need to change both the rules. And I just highlighted what the changes potentially would be. As we actually if we were to actually move forward in this, we may even just combine those two rules and make it more simplified into one rule instead of two rules, making two different changes. So,
because the only thing that's different in them is the fact that you have to have deeded. If you're gonna move in more than one county away, it has to be deeded property in the brand owner's name. Is that the only difference basically?
So the change would be that you can allow unbranded virgin females to be in either of the adjoining or the deeded, and the nursing calves don't have to be branded in either the adjoining or the deeded one. And we were treating those separately because of the rule and the way that the rule read. So I actually did, after we looked at it, got Ms. Simon gave us kind of her legal advice. We did send that out to all of our district investigators and markets, said, we're going to apply this as the statute reads, not as the rule reads, because it conflicts. So we made sure that we were consistent in how we applied that. But until, so we were consistent, but it was a little bit after the fact, I'm sure that we had written some of these grazing permits because it was 1st of June, so there already probably some that were written, but after that, we made sure that we had a very consistent approach to how we write these grazing permits and what the requirements are for each one. But moving forward, I would like to fix the rule so that it does meet the state requirements. Now, we are faced with some limitations on time because as I look at the time frame, I don't think it's possible for us to approach this rule change because you have to have all the rules written and completed by October 1st when a legislative session is upcoming. And looking at the published dates, I don't think we can accomplish that time frame. So it would probably have to be January 1 before we would proceed, but I wanted to put this on your radar today so that we can maybe at least do some pre-work, get some proposals done. So then on January 1, we actually could initiate the process.
So in January 1, we would be completed, that process would be complete by the time it would have any effect on movement of animals in the state, I would think, 99% of them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, same thought on my part. If we could start that early in January, we completed with the process, so the rule would match the statute, and then as we issue those grazing permits, everything would be correct.
So you're asking, right?
So just
kind of the okay to proceed?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we have no vote.
And as Jay said, he and I had that discussion about what do we do between now and then, which is we should defer to the statute. Statute trumps the rule. So we should behave as the statute reads. But we don't need to have a conflict between our statute and our rule any longer than we can bear it. So.
Okay. Okay, just moving on, I was just gonna give a quick update. Mr. Spatz gave a quick update on just the staffing, so I didn't have a lot in addition to that. I do appreciate your approval of the District 9, so that's the district investigator in the Dillon area that also would be the market supervisor. So Shelby Martinell, who her last day was the 26th of July, so just ended and moving on to vet school here like August, 1st of August. So she's got a quick turnaround from switching jobs to going to school, but we appreciated her work. We are in the process of doing some interviews there, and so we wanted to have as short of a lag time as we possibly can to get that position filled and up and running in time for fall run starting. So we'll be fast tracking that as much as possible and to get that position filled and moving forward.
And you're covering Dillon in the lag time with?
Yeah, so Dan Buney is our western supervisor, and so he is covering the market down there. We actually have a short-term worker down there in the market also. And then we can pull in other market supervisors from either Ramsey or Three Forks to help fill in there as needed for the market. For the district stuff, we have taken that name off the list, of Shelby's name off the list, and so all those calls go to Dan, Mr. Buney, to handle all those calls in the absence of that position being filled. So. Just a couple other highlights. Samantha Novak, she did graduate from the Law Enforcement Academy on the 25th of June. So we're glad to have her full law enforcement and did well. So glad to have her. And I think that was really about it from a staffing standpoint. Just kind of moving on. I just wanted to give a quick update. So our legislative proposals, we had 4 that the board approved. We sent those on to the governor's office. They approved all of those, although they combined two of them so that, once again, just as a reminder, allow digital copies to travel on of inspections. One repeal the inspection of dead animals in feedlot and the repeal and the penalty for the non-inspection of dead animals. They combine those into one, and then the repeal of the carcass ink stamp. So all those three proposals have been approved, and we'll be moving forward looking for some sponsors for those pieces of legislation here in the short term. So and then I just wanted to give you a quick update on where we're at with some truck stops that we've been conducting. We did have the 1st of June, we spent quite a bit of time up there in the Browning area, on the Browning Y, so the intersection of Highway 2 and 89. We had a number of our district investigators. We combined our efforts with the Blackfeet tribe to have their folks there too. So we conducted that for 10 days. We would have liked to have done that, I think, longer than that, but there were some hiccups, at least with, there was one Blackfeet tribal member that was well-known and in enforcement up there for I think almost 60 years. He passed away, and actually a couple of our investigators were a part of his funeral procession. So a good tribal member, a good cooperative member that we worked very closely with. And then they did have some holidays in there. So it shortened our time up a little bit more than what we normally would have liked to been there. But so we had 10 days, just about 5,000 head of pairs, cow-calf pairs, some horses, and then odds and ends of some heifers and steers. Out of the one highlight, I think, of that of the cattle producers that were bringing cattle into pasture, we had 100% compliance. So. So that was pretty fantastic.
And from the trucker also.
Yes.
Yeah.
You stopped this time?
Yeah, somebody had to run you like.
We,
Stopped numerous times.
in those truck stops, we did catch a lot of rodeo contestants that were going to the state rodeo, the high school rodeo. And so there were more issues with that than we had of anything else. We had a number of those that did not stop, that we had to stop and check some paperwork, some that thought horses didn't comply as livestock. And so there was a few odds and ends there, but there were a few that we did have to provide some education to. And that was really the bulk of our work there, of any issues that we had and any citations.
Was there
that we
any
had.
citations issued at all?
Yes, there was one citation that was issued.
I was thinking, but
Yeah,
numerous warnings and.
numerous warnings and some education. So we had to, run some folks down
Yeah.
and make sure that they stopped. And so we do have a number of truck stops. I don't provide necessarily all the specific dates, but we'll be in Dearborn, Drummond, East Glacier. We got a couple planned in southeast Montana, the Mile City area. We have actually been very active at the fairs too. So a number of fairs, checking work with some of the 4-H contestants there, and also horse racing. We were there checking paperwork for that too. So kind of across the board, we like to make sure that people are as compliant, and some of our normal truck stops, at least one, there was some high level of construction there, so we won't be able to have it there this year in the Forsyth area, but we typically are very active in that area too. So
So if, I don't know where, I was just thinking about DOT, scale facilities, the ability to cooperate with, when the scales are open and.
I don't think, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that we do too much of that. I don't think we necessarily want to interfere with their business, but we like those big, safe areas where you can get people off on a trailer and have room if somebody does bypass it to catch them. And I don't know that we've done a lot as DOT is actually operating a scale. But certainly that might be an opportunity. I can certainly visit with our district just to see.
Maybe not even when they're operating, but the facility, you talk about a wide open area where there's room and and access that's provided back onto the highway or whatever, that would be a normal truck re-entry
Sure.
situation. I mean, at Browning there, that is a fairly good, you know, because on 89, you have to stop, and the stop is, you just pull out and drive a quarter of a mile or less and pull in, so you're not even about 2 gear shifts and you're there. Coming up Highway 2 is a little very different, but
Those would be good, so, because I've noticed they locate a lot of the AIS boat check stations at places like that too.
Yeah, yeah.
They're just good places to pull off. And,
Well, it's safe.
yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for those kind of big safe spots, and you know, if they're right on a county line, that's even better, so that, you know, you can make sure that people are following the regulations as they cross county lines, so. All in all, you know, I'll give you a little bit more probably update at the next board meeting as we finish up with a number of these, because we're kind of right in the middle of them now, other than the one that we have kind of early in the grazing season as it comes up there in the Browning area, so.
So what do you do, fall? Run stops usually, or not so much?
Typically not, just with commerce moving at that speed, and then typically our investigators are really, yeah, and we usually have to combine 3-4 district investigators at one time to be able to conduct these stops safely, so it's hard to get people together at that time of the year to conduct those. So we do take advantage, you know, where the, you know, if you're at a gas station or if you're at an area where, you know, trucks come in, we certainly, I don't think are gonna pass those opportunities up to check some paperwork, but not necessarily having an official truck stop.
Well, it was, I think worked out well up there at Browning for a training, because we had a new person from Great Falls, and then also what going, I'm trying to think, right, there was
Chinook, yep,
and then also, like Monday, we had Western, and there was 2 or 3 guys there almost every time. Once in a while, there was only one, and partly the time when there was only one, it was because the other one was out chasing somebody down.
Yep. Yeah, we do use those, you know, for any type of FTO training too. We like to get our new recruits in on those truck tops too, so that they can become familiar. And we actually even, that's part of the training where we would do scenarios, you know, where we utilize brand staff as the actors in doing truck stops. And we've done that in the past and continue that, so that you could just be faced with different scenarios before you're actually doing those kind of truck stops.
The ironic part about up there is everybody knows the hours. The tribe is gonna be there from 8:30 or something to 4:30. I mean, they're not gonna miss quitting time, and they're not gonna miss the check-in time. So if anybody that's moving down that knows that, and they're not, you're gonna move cattle after 5 if you're trying to circumvent the system at all. And, you know, I just wonder at times whether, even though the tribe wouldn't be there, maybe it wouldn't hurt to have just say one night out of that 10 days that you're there, have the guys, instead of being there from 9 to 5, be there from noon till 8 or something. Just to, I mean, the word gets out pretty fast.
Yep.
And weekends, I mean, they don't start until the 1st, so all the cattle that went up the 30th and 31st didn't have all the paperwork they needed. I know that because I talked to people that did that, because they didn't have all the paperwork they needed, so they just went up the weekend before. Yeah, not necessarily inspections, but the tribal paperwork and stuff.
Yeah, it is pretty difficult to man a situation like that with that number of entries 24/7, but certainly I think there is opportunity to do things like that where maybe mix up some hours or some dates like that, just to, and, there's the second opportunity is, as people are leaving the reservation too in the fall, to check compliance at that opportunity too. 'Cause-
That's where that evening check, because we had that scenario last year.
Yeah.
That if there'd have been someone checking, we'd have had a better handle, I think. I hope we had a handle on it in the finally, but we did actually have a better handle on it. If someone would have been there checking trucks out.
Yeah.
In the fall, but, that goes on for 3 weeks, go through the fall run, so you're gonna have somebody there for 3 weeks, that's. All right, well, and then, you have one more.
Oh, yeah, so then just lastly, I just wanted to just let everybody know, we have ran our annual Astray ad in the Western Ag Reporter. I don't know if everybody has gotten that, but we typically, we will run that twice a year. So these are the holds that we have at the markets. If anybody would like to take a look at these, they can provide that to you. We run these twice a year. That's partly in statute. That we run these. It does generate a number of calls for us, so. Actually, I look at that as a good thing, so there is opportunity for people to try to recoup those proceeds if that is their animal. We do make a great effort at the markets to be able to, those people can sign those animals if there is a hold, to try to clear up those holds. This year, we've actually even sent second letters out as a reminder saying, hey, this animal is consigned by you, but we need additional paperwork. To remind them that, there's money being held here, and if this is, you're the rightful owner of this animal, give us the paperwork so we can pay you. And so once again, we generate this ad twice a year and back-to-back ads. And hopefully it does continue to generate more calls where we can hopefully try to get people cleared up and paid. So.
Well, I see 2 different scenarios that I'm quite familiar with the brand owner. So the one was a calf with a brand that I helped put on. And so apparently a neighbor hauled that calf in and checked it in his name. But the brand is registered to and is in use. So how does the department handle the registered owner of that brand? Is he notified then
So, yeah, so Mr. Chairman, not necessarily. So what happens in that case is we'll hold the proceeds on that animal, and then we'll notify the person that checked those in saying, that animal is branded without your brand. You're not the registered owner of that brand. Well, we don't know if that animal was sold to that
Sure.
person. They just didn't rebrand it or not. We do, if that person says, oh yeah, it must have been my neighbors, and so they'll sign a release basically to the owner, the branded owner of that, and then the proceeds then would go to you in that case, so.
But it's up to the one is a bar 4A, and apparently he wasn't the guy that hauled it in there. The neighbor must have hauled it in, and so he has to see that the owner of that, the rightful owner, or what I assume a rightful owner, would have to see that Astray list in order to realize he had proceeds somewhere. The other one was I'm sure it's a bull, well, I know it was a bull, first of the CC finally. He sold a bull over across the mountain, apparently, it was sold in Lake County, I think, or something, or checked in out of Lake County. But apparently not rebranded. So then that would be a little different scenario, so you'd behoove the guy that hauled it in and claimed ownership to get another bill of sale from Conway to prove ownership for that. Well, even though I haven't rebranded that, so.
There are a lot of scenarios that occur in the markets, with, we want to make sure that, certainly the money goes to the rightful owner of the animal. In a lot of cases, animals aren't rebranded. Bulls are consistently probably one of the ones that show up the most. You buy a bullet of sale, you don't get them rebranded, and then you take them in, and usually it just takes a simple bill of sale from the owner that you bought it from to get it cleared up, and we'll get them paid, and there is a high number of animals that gets traded and not necessarily rebranded, or you think you got them all, but you missed one, and it's amazing that the work that our folks do at the markets where we catch that high volume of those, when it's not an easy job, and our folks do a really good job of catching that, so.
Yeah, and when you're talking about that, I'm trying to look at Brian's report as state special revenue, if you're ever wondering how to match up exactly in a given year.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
You know, the stock astray for last fiscal year, and this would have been stuff that had run the full 2 years without being cleared up, and so that reverts to the department. That was $138,000 worth of cattle that had holds that had never been cleared up, that money then came into the department revenue. It was $158,000 the year before that. That's a lot of cattle that never get cleared up. Some way, shape, or form.
I mean, we've had individuals with a really significant dollar amount that we've tried to contact, to clear up, and to no avail, and it's significant money. But
well,
I mean, there's some responsibility there in the livestock owner, but we're gonna be trying our, as diligently as we can to be able to try to pay for our rightful owners. So that was all I had, Mr. Chairman, and if you had anything else for me, I certainly would answer questions.
Well, Jake, you got all of your questions answered?
I think so.
Okay.
All right.
There. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board.
We only have one loaner that was stuck with us this whole day. Ellie, would you like to give comments? Being you sat here all day and your opportunity is here.
She knows the drill.
I know the drill. Yeah, thank you guys for having me as always, and it's always interesting, and I always learn something, so thank you guys.
Well, thank you for the willingness to sit through this and report back that we're doing the industry's work. Okay. So we have set the date for the next meeting, and calendar.
I was looking at August 28th, 29th, if you wanted to sneak one in before the end of August. That's a Wednesday and a Thursday. That avoids, I can't remember, I think, don't you have a day that don't like either?
Oh, I'm way more flexible.
Okay. because William has Tuesday. So that's a Wednesday and a Thursday. I think that is the week before, Labor Day. So it'd be nice if we could get it in before that, so we don't have a board meeting on a holiday week. Not that I care about that, but that just puts extra work on Donna. We'll have to avoid putting extra work on Donna.
The 28th looks great.
Yep, I agree.
Actually, let me check one more calendar.
There's nothing on mine yet, so you put that on there.
And according to this, other than that's the first day of school in Helena, which is not, no, that's the 29th is first day of school. 28th, oh, it's first day of school, but that's okay. And I don't think I'm seeing any of, at least if any of the key staff were planning to take those days off, they haven't put it on my calendar and asked for it yet. So that's a done deal now.
28th then? I don't hear any nays. All right. So the 28th,
Works for me.
Brian will remind you that probably on August 28th, he has nothing to report because there's not enough data yet to talk about budget stuff because we're still in the first real month of the fiscal year.
okay.
We might have some more meat things to deal with.
We might.
Well, if there's no more business to bring, there's
There any
nobody
guests?
online, is there?
No one was online. Everybody online is staff.
Okay, all right. Meeting adjourned.